Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, May the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can see my screen and hear me. That'll help me. Thank you very much. All right, guys, so we are broken record time in for a gap down on the market to start anyway. Let's see what happens once this market opens, but we're in a gap down mode right now. So let's take a look at some of the things that are happening. Beyond Meat. Now, it's funny. Beyond Meat is an earnings play, and of course, we're all watching this yesterday and again on earnings. This reminds me, though, a little bit of Peloton. Peloton, of course, was getting thumped way ahead of earnings, all sorts of bad press, etc. Of course, we all know the Peloton story. Earnings came out, it gapped down, and then it had a recovery during the day. Now, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with Beyond Meat, BYND, but it's something to just kind of keep a note of, okay? See if it has some kind of a recovery. Again, I'm not saying it's going to do the same thing that Peloton did. Let's take a look at Peloton, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I better get a big chart up so we can see those 15-minute candles. Oops. Oh, here, look at this. Remember this? So, I mean, I don't have to tell you that Peloton was already sinking ahead of this, but this was its earnings release pre-market, and then it did this when the market opened. And this was not a good day for the market. So I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with Beyond Meat, but hey, just keep an eye on it, and you never know. You just never know if Beyond Meat will have some kind of a rally. Anyway, interesting to note. Disney, is it still underneath? I was going to say $100. Earnings play just at $100. So this is an earnings play for Disney, DIS, basically at 100. CPNG, this is an earnings play. This was getting crashed earlier, like most stocks, but it's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours. Nice little pop after hours, kind of holding the gains, up to 12%, huge volume. ML is an earnings play. I think this is a little guy. ML is an earnings play. Yeah. Money Lion. So it's an earnings play. Well, it's got some room. Obviously got some room. 222 on that daily chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. I'm just pointing it out that at least as far as chart resistance is concerned, there's not a ton of it until that $2 mark. CJAM. CJAM is not an earnings play. I guess they release earnings tomorrow before the market opens. Yeah, tomorrow before the market opens. They are selling a unit, certain rights to lung cancer program to Japan's Taiho. So that is the news for CGEM. Actually, yeah, I thought I saw this after hours, but I guess it was another one. So that is the news for CGEM. Fairly low float, and they have earnings tomorrow. CGEM. Babylon, BBLN is a earnings play. It is a gap up on earnings, but very, very spotty. I mean, I don't like these at all. I mean, look at that action. And if you're wondering why am I showing it to you, because when I saw it, it was up here. Okay, but it's very, very choppy. Big float too, 126 million in the float. So probably forget about that one. Here's another one, guys, just got beaten up on earnings. Big drop on earnings. BROS, Bros, Dutch Brothers, all-time, wow, another all-time low. $82, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, half a year ago, an $82 stock, 21, and moving down. Oh man, we saw this one after hours. It was an earnings release after hours, APP. We saw this massive gap up to 41.45. It was actually in the Q&A with Dan and Brad yesterday when they were doing it, and we saw this one just absolutely gap up 41.45. This is APP. It's pulled back, of course, a lot now. And then, yeah, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Excuse me, but it is an earnings play and it's only up now 15%. The recent IPO, no shorts for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers, but TNON just getting thumped 34%. Recent IPO, no specific news on it, just, traders selling it. That's all it is. Not very much volume yet, 36,000. Now you got to admire the optimism of Davidson. I think Real posted the news about it, but anyway, Sono. So Sono has put I believe it's a $40 price target on Sono. So they must have done that after hours and $23 pop. I'd be looking to short this. That's all I can say. If the market doesn't rally today, I mean, again, how many times are going to get roped into these tech stocks? Ooh, Veru, VERU is an earnings play. Released earnings this morning. Was a big gap down. Has actually recovered quite a bit, 647 back up to 735. So this is an earnings play. Tapestry, TPR, the old coach. TPR is an earnings play. It's not having a bad day and actually holding its gains pre-market. I mean, you've got all these little areas that could stall it, but I mean, that would be a great level if it could ever reach to it. You get up to that level, 33.50. Look at that daily chart, lots of resistance right there. And yeah, not good morning, but GM, with a $33 price target. And Ford, I think Ford is also suffering. Ford and GM are both suffering. And Go EV, this is another small one. I think it's an earnings play and an all-time low. No, it's not an earnings play, but another all-time low, Go EV. And this one is shortable for me. Probably, it's possible that it'll show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, it's a 10-day daily breakdown, but there are other filters in place. And one of them is it has to be 40 cents below the open. So sometimes on these smaller ones, that's hard to achieve. And Riven was another one, RIVN. It is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. Also, it's funny because the reaction after hours wasn't terrible. In fact, it was pretty good. There's the reaction to Riven after hours, but it has given it up. So it's just mildly negative right now, but the initial reaction was pretty good after hours. It was at $8 billion worth, Colin, something like that, maybe, or 2 billion, 8 billion, 2 billion, regarding Riven and Ford. So guys, I'm a little more muted this morning. We have guests, so I'm trying not to get too exuberant until maybe a couple hours from now. So in case you're thinking I'm low energy today, it's not that. Oh, welcome, Colin. All right. Well, it is now 9:10, so I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have for or from the analysts this morning. Hmm. It hasn't hit my email yet. Give me a moment. Come on, hit. There we go. So how active are they? And fairly active, actually more active on the upside. So I'll get these upgrades in right now. See if we see any stock that has a multiple upgrade. Oh, the other one I forgot to mention, I'm sure was Trip. Let me just see this one. Just give me a moment. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from the analysts this morning, and I'll get the downgrades in now. Now, I'm always interested to see if a stock has multiple downgrades. In other words, the same stock being downgraded by various brokerages. Again, still being downgraded. There are the two downgrades from Wells Fargo regarding GM and Ford. I see COUP has a downgrade from Goldman. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let's take a look at COUP, COUP, see if there's that downgrade has hit them yet. Yeah, actually, it's down 8%, 25,000 shares. So COUP has been downgraded by Goldman. It's like most of the stocks you're going to see on a monthly chart are going to look like this. Give me a moment, please. My Bluetooth has disappeared again. Don't know what's going on. Okay, guys, I'm just taking a look now at the sectors. Thank you for that, Amir. I forgot to, I don't know why I can't remember why I took my sound off. I guess when I was doing my Bluetooth thing. Okay, guys, so what we're doing here is we're looking at the major sectors. And so, for instance, energy. So I took a quick peek to see what energy was doing or oil prices were doing. Oil prices are down a bit. So that typically means that 100% of the stocks will be down that make up XLE. So this is what you're seeing. These are the major sectors. This is XLE, which is a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. And so what that 95% means is that 95% of them are down from yesterday's close. Usually this is an all or nothing. If oil is up, it's usually you'll see 100% are above the close. And if oil is down, it's usually 100% are down. But there must be one lone guy. NPC is the only one. But checking the other sectors, you can see there is no strong sector right now. Here's technology, only 9% of them are above yesterday's close. Communications, only 5. Of course, Disney, probably a big part of that one. So, I mean, it's just, again, we just have to wait and see once this market opens. Try to remember what these numbers are. Want to take a screenshot or something, because in about maybe half an hour, 45 minutes from now, what I'm going to do, I'll take a look at these again, except it'll be the change from the open. And you can have a dramatically different look and feel when you actually look at the change from the open as opposed to the change from the close. What I would mean by that, is that you can see it's possible that all the stocks would still be below yesterday's close, but they're above the open. So that means they're moving, but they could all still be below yesterday's close. So the change from the open is way more powerful, in my opinion, than the change from the close. The change from the close is great to look at pre-market, but once the market opens, I'd be more focusing on the change from the open. And I wasn't like that. I used to only have change from the close in most of my filters, or most of my scans, but I have changed most of them now to the change from the open. Yeah, you guys can hear me now, right? Yeah, no, it was my fault, Real. I accidentally muted myself when I was fiddling around with my Bluetooth. Am I still on mute? 9:18. No, you guys can hear me now, right? Just want to make sure. I'm looking at older posts. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, let's see. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail trusts. The other one, I mean, AMC. Is this finally? I sort of say this about GME, but is this finally the day in which it never goes above 10? Well, not never, but rarely is it going to go above 10 again. There's our 226. Nothing like getting a little bit of free advertising there. Coastal Pride and Carpet and Window Care. Why not? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So the other one, I mean, Bros may recover also, not unlike the Beyond Meat. I mean, this has just absolutely been thumped, 31% down. Like most stocks were, moving down anyway, but earnings hit. I mean, these companies, I mean, they, unless they come up with absolutely crushing earnings, in the face of probably they've seen 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row of being basically sold off, and then they have to release earnings. Whew. So this is actually having a nice little, nice little recovery here, Bros. Now, so here will be my problem. I mean, obviously it's a lifetime. Well, remember, we don't count pre-market, but you got down to 19. So even if this shows up on the 10-day daily breakdown, which of course it probably will because it is a 10-day daily breakdown. We have that pre-market low to contend with. I mean, that's a big bounce. Yeah, all sectors are down. Every single sector, TRD, every single sector. Just go to your sector status channel and you'll see every sector is down. Even energy. But look at this. Hey, little rally in the SPY, guys. Rally, rally, rally. Little rally in the SPY just before the market's opening. And again, Beyond Meat is BYNB. Is trying to come back a little bit. Again, another lifetime low. Tapestry continues to move up a little bit here, guys. I'm hearing it. When I say hearing it, this is text to voice. My gap up and gap downs, these are both text to voice. So I hear her saying TPR. Oh, look at this TPR, really moving here. TPR really moving. Tapestry can be a really, when it has earnings, in which it does, it has earnings today, can be a very active stock. It's a big float, but it seems to be a very active stock on its day of earnings. Here's a cheapie that's just sneaking in, not very much volume though. Okay, but had more volume, just over $1 FHS, but there's no volume, only 12,000 shares. So both Bros and Beyond, the two Bs are bouncing here, guys. The bouncing Bs, BYND and Bros. And by the way, what you're seeing here, because Zach told me coin was going to $20, in the simulator, I took a short yesterday of a coin at 50.58. And I'm teasing Zach. Of course, I'm just teasing Zach. So decided we'll just keep this one, see what happens. And so I took this. This is in the simulator. So I took the trade at 50.58 as a short. Easy come, easy go. Yeah, look at Tapestry TPR 29.32, and then it breaks all the way down to 28. I mean, that's a big drop. That's a $1.30 drop just like that. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I did not take a trade in the pre-market, so I have nothing on yet. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. If you're new to trading, I would probably sit out the first 30. And yeah, you're going to say, but Barry, what about the ones that keep moving at the beginning? You're absolutely right. You're going to miss those, just like I will. But I've just seen, if you happen to get the right one, sure, you feel like a star. But I don't know. I've just seen, I've been trading long enough. I used to always do the same thing, try to grab something right at 9:30 as it was moving, and just was getting whipped out of positions all the time. Yeah, you get the odd one that keeps moving for you, but I just decided, you know what? I don't need that. It just puts you in a bad frame of mind. You take that first trade and immediately you're knocked out of it. You do another one, immediately you're knocked out of it. It just puts you in a bad frame of mind. You feel like you're playing catch up for the whole day. So for me, I just sit it out and I don't care about the ones that keep moving without me. Yeah, look at RIVN. So it's had an interesting trading. Well, after hours, you can see it got up to 23.46, and but when the market opened, or not, well, the market hasn't quite opened yet, but then it drifted down to 19, so it was actually negative, and now it has gone positive, and the volume is picking up. And one day they will build a car. Is BWV still doing its thing? This has been, yeah, this is a really difficult intraday trader in my opinion. It chops up and down, up and down, up and down. 1 minute, thank you. So guys, yeah, 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. See what the market brings us today. Okay, we have about 15 seconds to the market opens. And again, I'll just be watching a few things. Now, the only time I'll take a trade right off the bat is if it happens to hit the 10-day daily breakdown and it's an all-time low. So if something shows up here, I will consider it. Doesn't mean I'm absolutely going to take it, but I will consider it. Market wisdom, yeah, from the School of Hard Knocks. Okay, guys, so there's yeah, BWV, yeah, pointing that out. Legal in our YouTube room. See if there's any specific news on it. They're going to be presenting at the H.C. Wainwright Global Investment Conference. And that starts on that's on May the 25th, so that's a couple of weeks from now. So this is sort of, I don't know, that's the only news I can see on it. So the bros are showing up, but as I pointed out, the low, it actually popped. See, if bros had not done this, if it had not popped from 19 all the way up to 24, I'd be more prone to be taking it. For instance, if it had just had sort of hung there in the pre-market, around that 19 level, and then we got that alert, I'd probably be all over it. But I just, it had too big of a pop for me. So in case you're wondering what I'm saying, yes, bros is in theory it's an all-time low because when all-time lows and all-time highs, they disregard anything that happens in outside of the market hours. But I'm just a little worried about that pop it had. MFC, let's see if MFC, see, this is not an all-time low, so, but it's got a ton of room underneath. It's got a ton of room underneath. But look at that monthly chart, 1369. But I'm just reluctant to do things in the first 15. So, I mean, that might run down without me, but that's okay. And there goes Beyond Meat, guys. So, this could be really interesting. I mean, I'd love to see a little pullback, a little bit of a pullback here, but it may not happen. Well, it may not happen for a while. So Beyond Meat is trying to recover. I mean, it's still down 15%. It's an earnings play. I don't have 6 halted. Oh, you must be good enough. Yeah, it is halted. You're right. I don't have it halted for some reason. We don't have it in our halts resumes. Now, I don't know if I can short Manulife. This is the company that handles our minuscule long-term well, I shouldn't say minuscule, but our long-term investments. H&R Block, yeah, H&R Block was a really interesting one at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, it's continuation of earnings. At the end of the day, it had that run. It sat here around that 28 level forever, it seemed. And then at the end of the day, it had a beautiful run, and it's continuing. Yeah, this is a second day continuation of earnings for H&R Block. So yesterday in my watch list, there were some sensational shorts in this watch list. I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to it. I create this mainly for you guys, and I don't pay as much attention to it, but man, oh man, there were some fantastic. And look at the SPY now, guys. I know I'm drifting here around my thoughts, but remember we saw that green candle. Look. Okay, maybe we're going to have a recovery, but nope. So the Nas is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. Yeah, okay. SKYX got halted, not six. I don't know why that six is not showing up in my halts resumed. Certainly, the volume is enough. So yeah, yeah. Underneath on that monthly chart, if the monthlies are anything, 2139, it's an earnings play, and you look good at the beginning. Well, BWV is just, but you got to be careful on this one. There's only 3.4 million in the float, so it's a very, very low float. Has some wild, wild swings. So you have to be really careful if you're going to take this one. But 712 is the high this month. And then after that, 63. So, I mean, there is some craziness going on with this one. The high last week, I guess that was the high last week, was 712. And that's what it got to. Amazing, isn't it? High last week was 712, and I think that's right to the penny, right, it got to a 711. So stick an alert, just stick an alert at 712, 711, see if it takes it out. Because if it does, I mean, then the next high looking left, yeah, there's some little areas here, but whoa, Joby, Joby is an earnings play, and it is almost an all-time low. Just checking, wow, a firm is hitting again another all-time low. Wow. So Benjamin, the question was, how do you include pre-market on alert windows? Well, if you're talking about the pre-market highs or lows, you have to have this. If you do a search and just start typing in pre, you'll see these are two alerts: pre-market highs, pre-market lows, as an example. Okay, so that's what I do. The other thing is to make sure you don't have the current volume, the relative volume or current volume filter active in your pre-market window. Okay, and that goes for top list. That goes for if you're looking for things in the pre-market and you have the current volume or relative volume filter active, you will get no data at all in the pre-market. Okay, and look at coin, yoo-hoo. Now I may have taken a little, but this is a short we put on yesterday in the simulator at 50.58, and now slip sliding away. So Benjamin, did you understand that? It was the pre-market filter, or is the current volume filter you had in? Okay, yeah, that's a common. The other one, okay, so that was the reason. Okay, I was gonna. There could have been one other reason, but because of that, okay. Are we allowed to short real? Okay, wow, real. Sorry, buddy. Look at this. You're at an all-time low now. Real. You probably meant Sono, right? Not Somo, but real is. Wow, look at coin. Oh my goodness. Now, this is a little bug, guys. I've already passed that on because the max P&L could never have been 1,000. This is the correct though, 751. Not really a course, Leo. I mean, if you're, the question was, is there a course on how to short? Okay. I would go to something like Investopedia just to understand. I mean, shorting, just think of it like this. If you buy a stock, you hope it goes up in price. Okay. I mean, that's obvious. I buy a stock at $10. You hope it goes higher. You sell at a higher price. You make a profit. When you short a stock, you just reverse your thinking. If I short a stock at 10, I'm hoping it goes down in price. And I I mean, the technical term is I cover at a lower price or buy the stock at a lower price. That's how I make my money. So I mean, all you're doing is you're just wanting the stock. You short something, you want it to go down in price. That's how you make your money. If you go long a stock, buy a stock, you want it to go up in price. That's how you make your money. The only trick is sometimes your broker will not have shorts available for you to short. That's the only thing. And every broker is different. So you'll hear me say from time to time, I don't have shorts available, but I'm using Interactive Brokers. Somebody else might have, well, like Zach in our trading room, he's got Center Point. Center Point seems to have shorts all the time for virtually anything. So that's really the only trick. So you see here, I took a short of coin. The entry price was 50.58. Okay. It is now 42. It's now $43. So my total, I'm up $790 in that. Okay. Because, 50 just to subtract 50 and 43, and that difference is approximately $700. Is approximately $7. I have 100 shares short. I mean, that's really all there is to it. There's really. But what I would do is, go to Investopedia or something like that, Google shorting stocks, things like that. I mean, if you ask me, is there a course on going like long a stock? You'd probably say, well, no, I know what to do. I just buy a stock and I hope it goes up. And if it goes up, I sell it for a profit. And if it goes down and I have to sell below my entry price, I take a loss. I mean, you wouldn't expect to see a course on that. Yeah, Beyond Meat is, yeah, well, it's kind of doing the Peloton thing so far. So far. Now, yeah, are you Leo, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Because you can practice shorting right in this window here that we call Brokerage Plus. It's really simple just to get the mechanics down. Do you see that after hours action for APP real? I mean, look what it did. I mean, I got all the way up to $41. And then I got all the way down to $28. That was wild. We were actually watching that real time because it was during the Q&A with Brad and Dan. This was happening. But yeah, it is starting to push. So William, that wasn't Somo, right? It was Sono that you were shorting? Sono? Boy, we've got a lot of halts for Zooms now too. Look at CVNA got halted. We had disaster series of days for CVNA, and it got halted on the way up. Okay, well, Bros is now almost at that all-time low, not the all-time low. Well, it's at an all-time low when you don't consider pre-market. Well, when you say if it doesn't work, I mean, so you understand then the concept of shorting. You're just not making money doing it. I mean, that's another issue. And you is halted. Another one. Wow, look at this one. You is halted. So you yesterday, the high was 34.75, and of course this got thumped on earnings. Yeah, so in that respect, then Leo, I mean, it's really, I mean, like anything else, if you're going to buy a stock, and it's all timing. It's timing when you short, timing when you buy it to go long. I mean, right now we're obviously in a shorter's market. FLNC is halted on the way down. FLNC is halted on the way down, and actually it's an earnings play. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market. And this did show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now this to me is a ripe one, especially if it can take out 5. Let's just see if it can take out 5. Yeah, so you can practice certainly in our simulator. That's all you need. If you're going to take the test drive, you'll have access to the simulator, and you can practice trading in the simulator, including shorting. Just checking our AI to see if we have anything there yet. And I'm okay, guys. Gap up and go now for the Riven, RIVN. However, look left, 2350. 2350 is the next high looking left. I mean, that's not that far away. I guess if it can pop through that, then the next high is 2440. So key number to get through for Riven right now, RIVN, would be the 2350, which is like yesterday's high. And then if it can somehow do it, then 2440, that would be approximately a dollar to the next high. Again, when I say all these things, it doesn't mean that's what's, if it took out yesterday's high, doesn't mean I'm saying it's going to get up there to the 2-day ago high, but I mean, it's trying. And look at, where's Bumble? And this is showing up in the gap continuation or reverse, okay? Now Bumble, so these are all gap up and goes, guys, gap up and goes. And with the market doing something like this, the gap up and goes should start to work. And also, if we see a gap down and reverse, like this one, okay, take a look at the MQ as an example. This is a gap down, another earnings play. this gap down and it's trying to reverse. Next thing to do is look left on the daily chart. What do you see? 731. And you know what? That's not that's far enough away. That's 50 cents, 60 cents away. So I mean, it has room to run if it wants to. The Bumble definitely is, but it's all to do with the market right now. Okay, I mean, look at the SPY. Look at that big green candle. That's the second 15-minute candle of the day. So that's why we're seeing a lot of gap down and reverses or gap up and goes. So Bumble is coming into that next high of 2089. That's pretty close. You know, that would be preventing me from taking this trade. Well, the crystal ball was definitely working on this BYND, guys. And remember, I was saying that it wouldn't surprise me if it did a kind of a Peloton thing. And man, did it ever. It just got halted on the way up. There's another one, guys, that got beaten up yesterday. PRPL. Actually, it didn't get quite beaten up. It just pulled back. But PRPL is another one on the move here. Boy, and why is Groupon? Groupon. Wow, Groupon. Look at Groupon. The next high looking left is 1473. It's at 1435 now. It's not an earnings play. It was on the 9th, so relatively recent. But that was the reaction. Okay, ATC is showing up in that 10-day daily breakdown and not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time lows. H&R block, it's still pretty strong. It had that pullback, but it's still pretty strong. H&R block, second day continuation of earnings. Got to be one of the better ones that we've seen over the last month, really, in terms of a continuation. All right, if you have the AI, you know that this one just showed up. It's got some room. The CNCE has some room. 368. It's over the 200-day moving average, also 329. So it's got that going for it. As I said in the pre-market, this tapestry is, you know, the day of earnings, it is definitely super active, like most stocks. But you know, we really didn't have that much volume in the pre-market. But boy, once this market opened, TPR, this is the old coach. Okay. This is another one that I saw in the pre-market. There was really no action or there wasn't very much volume, but SQSP is an earnings play. And again, look left 1872. If it somehow took that out, yeah, if it took out that 1872, then the next high looking left is at 20. So there is room also, assuming it can take out yesterday's or the 3 day ago high for SQSP. That's a beauty, guys. That gap up or gap down and reverse now for the MQ. Okay, have my alert set for FLNC down here around 5. I noticed it did show up on Zach's bounce play. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the BHC now. The BHC. This is one that the big rally yesterday, even kind of rallied after hours, but now it is broken down through 10. And the low looking left is 927. So there is still room for this one to move down to that next low if it wants to. No, look at the market though, guys. Remember the last time we looked, that was a nice green candle. So now all of your bouncers that you may have been in before, or ones that were working before, be awfully careful because look at that market now. There's a big bot. Remember, this was a green candle, and now is sold off, and it's turned into a red candle now. So my guess is that things like Beyond Meat could begin a bit of a fade here, depending on what the market does. Keep an eye on CGEM, guys. CGEM now is a gap up and reverse. And if the market keeps doing what it's doing, all right, ATC from the 10-day daily breakdown. Not an earnings play, not an all-time low. However, we've got all sorts of room underneath, I believe. Yeah, well, we've got room to 20 anyway on the ATC. Tell you guys, this little scanner here, this gap continuation or reverse, you got to follow the market a little bit, but some don't care, I guess. Like Bumble doesn't care. This is a gap up and go. It's a great little scanner. And yes, I'm sharing it. Yeah, this one's not shortable for me. Redbox, not shortable for me. Very strange trading day yesterday for Redbox, RDBX, being bought by CSSE. Let's see what CSSE is doing now. Yeah, this VST is, well, it did bounce. I know it's showing up on your bouncer scan, but the initial alert was at 2336. Look at this one, another lifetime low for CORZ. Well, probably there were several, but certainly the gap up and, well, we saw this in the pre-market though. BMBL, it was on my pre-market list. Okay, BMBL, but certainly the gap continuation or gap up and go for Bumble, BMBL. But we talked about it before the market opened. So it's also here. Oh, another one, Flywire Corporation, another one making an all-time low. Not well, had earnings, I guess, on the 10th. Don't really. Well, if this market just keeps moving down, guys, I mean, you've got to concentrate again. If you took a bounce play, be awfully careful. Don't be afraid to take some profit. Not for me. It always was a gap up and go for Bumble. I don't see it as a reverse for Bumble. Nowhere do I see it as a reverse. Scrolling through all I mean, could it turn into a reverse later on? Maybe, but it never was as a reverse, not in my scan anyway. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, not in my scan. Now, I delay it until 9:45. Okay, so I don't see anything in this scan until 9:45. I do that on purpose because of just that sort of stuff that can happen right off the bat. Okay, so that's the reason. Okay, I put a delay. I use the count filter, and I put a delay, so I won't see anything until 9:45. Because too many things happen in that first 15 minutes. People, stocks chopping up and down, up and down. It's not like after 15 minutes that there's an absolute defined trend, 100%, but certainly better than in the first 15. Boy, I mean, look at the SPY itself, how choppy it is. I mean, just, let's get a big SPY chart out. I mean, look how choppy the SPY itself is. I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. This can whip you out of trades like nothing. Well, here's one on the move. Sanopta. It's an earnings play. No action at all in either the post-market or the pre-market. It released earnings after hours. No action whatsoever. Okay, it had to wait for the market to open. But now it is coming into what I consider a ton of resistance. So if you have shorts available, and yeah, tons of shorts available, Interactive Brokers, I mean, to me, it looks like it's going to really struggle to try to get through 6. So this could be one to take a look at a short. Well, man, I mentioned this one. The Squarespace has room to 20. I didn't take this one. So this got halted on the way down, and now it's got halted on the way up, and that is FLNC. Boy, look at this market. How choppy is this? This is extremely choppy action in this first, excuse me, 45 minutes. Well, the market's in mini rally mode for sure. So those stocks that were in the gap up and go are still gap up and going. Yeah, I'd be watching this. Yeah, if this CPNG can somehow, if the CPNG can somehow, well, there's the pre-market. Here's the pre-market resistance, I guess. Somehow take out that 11. And the next high looking left is 1172. Well, Ribbon is on, yeah, I mean, you're above that high now, the 2440, like nothing, and now the next high is 2583. Boy, this is, yeah, what a rip now. What a rip now for Ribbon. There's a classic gap up and go, guys. Gap up and go. And it's earnings. And look at Rocket, even Rocket from yesterday, RKT. Yeah, I will, give me about 10 minutes, and I'll share that one when I get into my little spiel about trade ideas in general. Even RKT, so yesterday's high was 790. Now, will that stall it? Oh man, Ribbon. Guys, I mentioned the MQ as a gap, what was it, a gap down and reverse. Look at this one. I mentioned the CPNG. Can it take out 11? Yes. And the STKL, man, we've got a lot of activity, guys. Even though the market is trying to rally here, mad action is right. Ford gap down in reverse. I bet you GM is doing the same thing. Ribbon, ribbon, ribbon. I mean, look at the LMND, another one, Lemonade. I mean, hit yesterday, but trying to come back. Has room. The high looking left is 19. Look at that market. Look at that green candle now. If it holds, if it can hold. Okay, I have an alert for PLTK for some reason at 13:15. This was yesterday's action. This had a, oh, that's right. This was the one that went ripping higher. Keep an eye on the PLTK, guys. I mean, that's the high of yesterday, 1350, right there. It was an earnings play. Look at this candle. We've gone positive now. Dow is not quite. SPY is not quite. NAS is, mildly positive. Oh man, Riven, guys. I mean, you know, I I'm in one short and one long. The ATC short, it's okay. Nothing fabulous. I was looking to take the FLNC short if it broke down through 5, but it didn't. Well, what a bounce. I just get so reluctant to take some of these that are very close to their to highs not that long ago, but boy, they're just ripping through. Another one like Sierra Wireless, SWIR, but there are some highs around 1830, but if it can take that out, ton of room. I don't even have a target for suppose I should take a look at Riven. I was looking at what the 20, this right here, 2583. I don't call that a target, but it could stall. But if it takes out 2583, look out. I mean, then you got 31. Yeah, tell me. Yeah, guys, this is never going to be over. GME is never, ever, ever, ever going to be over. Ever, ever, ever. 100 next? Sure, why not? It's never going to be over. Give me a moment, guys. I'm having a little conversation with people that trade ideas. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Just some stuff happening internally. Hey, that's it for me and the ribbon. The minute it started getting back down to that 25 mark, big psychological number. So I'll right now I only have an ATC short, which is it's okay. Man, oh man! I mean, this SQSP was the another one that just. I mean, some of these they don't really care about the next highs looking left. I mean, this is at 20 now. It's an earnings play. Um, Saw this in the pre-market, but you got to look at this pre-market action. Nothing that was really going to let you know that this was going to happen. Just sort of chopped around a little bit. SQSP though. Another one, guys, LMND. I mean, lemonade. The next high looking left is 19. This is another gap up and go. Earnings on the 9th. This is like another buy the dip market again for a while. Oh, look at Riven right back up. I'm not in it anymore, but congrats to anybody who is able to hold on. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on the LMND, see if it holds 18 well. It gets back up to this level, in which case I'll probably take it. As long as the market, while the market's putting in a bit of a red bar. Anybody record me when I was talking about Beyond Meat and maybe acting like Peloton today? Anybody record me? I didn't take it, okay? I was just pointing out that it had a look. Here it goes, guys. Yep, here's your magic 100. Your magic 100. Again, it says got halted again, GME. It's never over. It's never, ever, ever over. Keep an eye on the lemonade, guys. The LMND takes out that holding 18 well, had some room to, I think, 19, right? Or, yeah, 19. Here's another one, probably doing something crazy. CRBU, what are you doing and why? Caribou Biosciences. Not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 9th. So, we can say they're kind of earnings plays. All right, guys, the memers are at force. Here's Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. The memers are in charge right now. I wonder what AMC is doing. Obviously over 10. Yeah, obviously over 10, obviously over 11, obviously over 12. Incredible, isn't it? There's no reason other than, this is a group that says, you know what, enough is enough, and we're just going to buy the out of it. I don't want to look at PLTK, but you're forcing me to. Well, okay, didn't run as far as I thought it might. I just have so many things to lemonade, guys, lemonade, LMND, LMND. There's so many things to look at. Look at this market. So now everything, no, the Dow is not positive. So minor disconnect. SPY just went mildly positive. So there's a mild disconnect between the so-called value and growth stocks. Wow, 1023. What an exciting morning. So if you want to take part in this excitement, you can. Not quite for free, but almost. I'm going to put this, wow, lemonade. I'm going to put this test drive link in both rooms. So if you click on the link, Trade Ideas test drive link, this is what you're going to say. So it starts on Monday. Today is Thursday, not far away. So it'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our full program, except for no auto trading, okay? No auto trading. So it starts on the 16th. You'll get 10 days, 10 live trading days for $11.11. If you sign up today, basically you're pre-registering, okay? So you're not going to get any live data until the 16th. However, about an hour after the market closes tomorrow, being Friday, you'll have access to the program, and I'm going to show you what I think you should do to get started, okay? Just give me keep going on this one. If you have a standard subscription right now, you're also eligible for this. If you want to partake in this test drive, it'll still cost the $11.11, and we'll upgrade you from standard to premium. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. This VST, I bet you is bouncing now. My goodness. I got to keep going though. Yeah, look at the VST bouncing. That came from Zach's scan. That was the first alert. Okay, so it did fall quite a bit, but it is really starting to bounce now. Okay, so that is the test drive. All right, so now if you are going to take the test drive, or in fact, if you're new to Trade Ideas, okay, the next thing I would do is click on my homepage link. I just put my homepage link in. So first of all, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You can click on Get Trade Ideas, and we have four plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium is in that fine print, $2,000 a year, less than 15%. Standard is $1,000 a year, less than 15%. That's what it will work out on a monthly basis if you paid full price. Of course, you can discount 15%, okay, for both. However, this is what I would do. Don't take on an annual subscription unless you know you want the product. Start off with it. You could always start off with a standard monthly or a premium monthly. You'll get 15% off that first month only. But if you decide you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15%, okay? But if you want to stay at a monthly subscription forever, that's fine. Just know that that's what you'll pay going forward. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a little bit. A couple of alerts right now. That coupon or CPNG looks pretty interesting. So let me just continue now. If you're going to take the test drive or you're brand new, please do this first. I won't listen to any questions if you say, well, what's an alert? What is an alert window? What is a top list window? You've got to do this first, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. It starts off with the download and install. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them. That'll give you a good basic knowledge of trade ideas. So if you're going to take this test drive, come prepared. That's why I'm saying you'll have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So you can now start to do this and get prepared for the test drive. The next step, oh gosh, the next step is you can click the education link. You can click on the user guide. Now, do not get hung up on how much information is here. It's like any other software program. You don't have to learn everything about it. I would probably concentrate on these first four. You should know what the toolbar is, and I'm going to go over the channel bar in a bit, but you should have an understanding about what an alert window is and what a top list window is, okay? If you did nothing else, that's fine. Afterwards you can kind of take a look at some other things, but make sure you know what an alert window is and what a top list window is. Okay. Now in this, there's the getting started again. So daily support. Now this is nothing new. This is nothing that we're setting up for the test drive. This room is like this all the time. Well, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. And I forgot, sorry about that. I forgot. Welcome to anybody who's new to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, of course. Okay. Wow, lemonade, guys. Lemon. Flippin' aid. I mean, oh my goodness. What a day to play these gap up and goes. So daily support sessions. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put the alert in or the link in. And today is Thursday, so it should be Jamie. Now, Jamie is an expert at using Brokerage Plus, and he has an E-Trade account also, okay? So you can store up your questions about Brokerage Plus for Jamie. He'll be there in about an hour and a half in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, so we're done now. We won't have any webinars for the next 2 weeks while the test drive is on. And but once we get back to regular schedule, you can sign up for them all. We're on a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Okay, but you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, please do this. What is a stock? All free. Michael Noss, a trader, has put this together, and it starts off with what is a stock? Okay. So more information on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent out to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and then all the education I just went over. And here are my scans. So all you have to do, Monsieur Guillaume, is take a look at my scans, and here it is. Okay, just go to my homepage, and here is the gap continuation or reverse scan that I've been yapping about all day long. That is just produced in such an awesome fashion. Okay, so here are the scans. So again, if you're going to take the test drive, you have access to these scans at about again about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So you can start to take a look at what they're looking for. I'm not saying every scan is for everybody. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down. I do use the gap up and down. This is when I get the tech when she talks to me. It's a text to voice. But this is the main focus. Been using something like this for about 10 years. Meanwhile, I mean, I know I'm missing a bunch of stuff, guys, but that's part of the job. Not to miss stuff, but to, I guess we'll call it promote trade ideas. But look at CRBU. There was the first alert at 792, 844 now. Okay, so again, you can take a look at all these scans once the test drive starts for you. And about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So I showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans, but we have a lot of scans here also. So if you go to our toolbar and you click on new, and then you click on dock channel bar, you will see we have a lot of themed based channels. So for instance, if you looked at the momentum channel, that's probably pretty good today. So for instance, here's the momentum channel. Here's a scan that we call momentum. You can click on an alert. Now, it says 10:33. Sometimes it might even be earlier. What happens is when you load a scan, you'll see the last one. But here's ride. So why did we see ride? Okay, it just made a new high. You can see exactly what happened with ride. Okay, it made a new high, but obviously it's not just a matter of a stock making a new high. An alert window is what we call an event. So if I click on the summary, this is what it's looking for. So if the stock is between 1 and 50, minimum 100,000 shares, etc. These are the filters that we're using. And if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay. That's what we're really good at. Giving you real-time alerts, actionable real-time alerts with, and you create your own scans or you can use our scans. So if you like this the way it is exactly the way it is, then all you have to do is you just save it to the cloud, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. But of course, you can make a change if you want. If you don't like that price range, for instance, you can change it to say 10 and 100. And I'll click on the OK. You'll see in that summary, you see it now says 10 and 100. I can say OK now. So now if you make a change, now you can save it to the cloud. So in other words, we give you the scans, but you can of course adjust them to your trading style. Okay. And then you just save it to the cloud. Now, just a word about this change I made. If I leave this channel and come back, the change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everyone. Okay, so the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean everybody else wants the same change. But the whole idea really is to go through the channels, take a look at some of the scans that we've created, extract the ones that you think you might like, put them into the cloud, and then you can go back and load them from the cloud one at a time, and thereby you can create your own layout without actually having to build anything from scratch. Okay, so that's the whole idea. Now, of course, if you do want to build your own scan, you can. When the company started in 2003, they decided, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build scans. So what they did was they said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts. I'm going to click on the search here now. Alerts, these are all, when you see these icons, these are all the alerts that we've got. And these are, when you see these icons, these are the filters. Do not get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. You don't have to learn them all. It's like the guide. You don't have to learn everything. I probably use, I flip-flop 0.5%, 1% of these. Most of them I haven't even looked at. But the reason why we have so many is we have, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we felt, okay, if we create enough of them, that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they did want to build their own scan. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many there are. Now, if you're going to take this test drive, the other thing to do is you should be following the AI. Okay, now the way to do it, the easiest way to do it is this. Click on New from our toolbar, and then click on the AI Holly Strategy Trades window. This is what you'll see. Forget everything else. Forget everything else, okay? This is what you should concentrate on, in my opinion. The only other thing you should do is just focus on the ones that are working. Never mind it's like a watch list, okay? This is like a watch list. If you had a watch list of stocks that you've created, I mean, why would you follow the ones that aren't working for you? You'd probably just focus on the ones that are doing well. Same thing with the AI. So if you filter, click on that filter. This is just a drop-down menu. Just check any profitable trades, and then you can use this like a watch list all day long to follow the profitable trades. As I said yesterday, sometimes, and don't get hung up on, wow, I didn't get in right at 1973. And now again, this may be a little far away, but I think people get way too hung up on, they get an alert and it might have moved 3 or 4 or 5 cents. And they think, wow, that's it. I can't take the trade anymore. First of all, look at the CRBU. The way I trade, I'll never auto trade. Okay, never, 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 never auto trade. I will always click on an alert, and then I will always then check to see what's happening. What's the market doing? Am I playing I'm trying to play a bounce play, but the market is tanking. Why would I do that? As an example, am I trying to play a gap up and go or a gap up and reverse? What's the market doing? Is it working on my behalf? At least is it not working down? I mean, the market doesn't have to be ripping higher for gap up and goes, but you don't want the market to be big giant red candles, and you're trying to go long things. So anyway, I mean that's just how I trade. I mean, I'll never ever just take a trade without checking the charts, and then of course I'll check the daily, weekly, monthly chart to see where is the next high, where could it keep going to until it hits the next high. That's how I trade. How you trade, I don't know. But this is it. This is what I would do. I would just follow this all day long. And sometimes you might, like for instance, in this Coupang right here, or this, yeah, Coupang right here. So it is doing this. What if it pulled back just a little bit? Okay. And it based and then started to run. You could probably take the trade then. Okay. I mean, just saying that, just because you miss the initial entry, it doesn't mean it can't set up later on in a different way. So use it like a watch list. That is people ask, well, how do you use the Holly? This is what we nickname the AI. There's no right or wrong way. Okay. But that's how I use it. Use it like a watch list, and do not get hung up on thinking, oh man, it's 2 pennies away from the alert. Horrors. All right, now I want to talk about this window called Brokerage Plus, that we call Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus, I put the link in. So when you click on the link, well, I'm not going to show it, but when you click on the link, there are 2 videos. There's a short video. That video shows that if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. It can only be used if you're using our app. If you're using the web-based version, it's not available. But again, really, really listen carefully. If you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't matter. We're a scanner. That's what we do. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. It just means that if you don't have one of those 2 accounts, you can't use this window. Okay, but using this window is not mandatory, even if you have an E-Trade or IB account. It's just a nice feature. But don't get hung up on, well, I don't have an IB or E-Trade account, therefore I cannot use Trade Ideas. Nothing could be, I don't use the window. Okay, I trade from within IB. The reason I do that is because what I like to do is the next thing I'm going to talk about is, as I said, there are 2 videos. There's a longer video which goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, but I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator paper trader. Okay. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. All you need is our standard service, and I'm going to start this one from scratch because this is what you would see. Okay, not connected, and so you would click on Sim, and it says account now, and then you just click on that, and then the box pops up. Click on the simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. Look at Ride, my goodness. from the Momentum channel. So now you're in our simulator, and now you can practice trading. Now I cannot emphasize enough. I know the thrill of trading is there. I know you get your account and you want to start trading right away. You've got Trade Ideas. I'm going to make lots of money. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen if that's your approach. You've got to practice trading first. And you can use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. Okay, because it uses ours. So if you want to practice trading first, which you should, and you don't even have a broker because you haven't made up your mind who your broker is going to be, that's fine. Harsh reality. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money trading live. Okay, just forget about it. You've got to be able to make money in the simulator. And unfortunately, though, just because you can make money in a simulator does not absolutely translate to making money once you start trading live, because then all of a sudden, all of the discipline and control of your emotion that you've been able to do in a paper trading mode, sometimes you just forget you just forget everything once you see your P&L hopping up and down. Yeah, ride is nuts. The world is nuts. That ride is nuts. Not a big, it's a huge float too for a $2 stock. So this is what I want to do. I want to show you how you can practice trading. Talk a little bit about money management. And I should, and again, if you're new to trading, I would hope if you haven't listened to me at all, okay, maybe you want to pay attention right now because we're going to talk about money management. And now, would I take this trade right now? No, I mean, it's way too extended, but just for purposes of showing you what I'm talking about regarding money management. I'm going to take 500 shares of this stock. I'm going to go right in at the market because the spread is only a penny. Okay, so I took this trade at 223. I'm going to put a stop at 203. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. I may get stopped out right away, but you should see a red line appear in the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. There you go, minus 101. So how I trade, first of all, I look for all sorts of reasons not to take the trade. Okay, I wouldn't have taken this trade because it's way too extended. But this is just for demonstration purposes. So I look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. So I have a checklist. Unless I can check every single box, I don't take the trade. It's that simple. I try to be highly, highly selective of what I do. Now, if you're going to ask me, well, what is your check? What are your check? First of all, you have to practice yourself and get comfortable with, how you feel about taking trades. Um, most of the boxes are checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm never going to see a stock outside of a price range that I like to trade, or a minimum, or has to have enough volume, the relative volume has to be a certain amount. So a lot of things are already checked based on my scans. Now, how I trade, again, as I said, if I get an alert, remember, we're called trade ideas. This is not called trade, and if you get the alert, take the trade immediately.com, okay? It's trade ideas. So these are idea generators. All my scans are idea generators. And so that's why I'm saying when I get an idea, I click on the chart. I know the price range is fine. I know the volume. I know all those things are fine. My next step is, okay, what's the market doing? What's the next high looking left or low looking left if I'm shorting? What is the pattern? Is it too extended? So these are all the things that are running through my mind, before I'm going to take a trade. So let's say, fine, you've made the decision, everything worked out, you've checked. Now you have to place a stop, and we're getting very close to maybe getting stopped out, but that's okay. The stop is because the next step is money management. Because okay, if you believe that you should have a stop, and the stop is where you're going to get out of the trade if the trade isn't working. Okay, just because you're able to check every box, market doesn't care. It can still turn against you. So you have to have a stop, and that's the price I'm going to get out of the trade because I don't think it's working. Now, where you place your stop, if I'm just starting out, I would probably maybe place my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a known number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. The way I do it is I kind of size up what I see on a chart where I think there might be a support area. Okay, and if it broke down through that support area, and that's where maybe a lot of activity is, no less than on a 5-minute chart. Okay, but that's that's probably too complicated for if you're starting out, because that is a little more subjective. But the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. So that will be so if you use that as your stop, now that is going to share size you. How? Because the next step is, okay, if you have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade for demonstration purposes. So what that means is if the trade works against me, the worst I want to do in the trade is to lose $100. How do I, what? Sorry about that. So where was I? So there's your stop. And so in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. And that's why I took 500 shares. Now understand that I would know this ahead of time. How would I share size myself? Well, I take the difference between my entry and my stop, which in this case, and again, I just wanted to make the math super simple, is 20 cents. I'm risking $100 a trade. I divide 20 cents into $100. Presto, I get 500 shares. Okay. So that is what is going to share size me. So obviously I'm not taking 500 shares every trade. It's going to be determined between the difference between my entry and my stop. The other thing that I do is I try to risk the same amount per trade. So I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 200 the next, 50 the next, 500 the next. Okay. I'm risking about the same amount per trade. Now, the next step, if you sort of agree with all what I'm talking about, placing a stop, then that will share size you. That's how you can control your risk. Man, oh man, I should be in CP&G, but now that's an awesome one from the AI. I mean, I just said, we're looking at it at 11:30, right? I said, this can set up again. So the fact you missed it at 11:01, use this like a watch list. I have to tell you guys, the AI is starting to produce very nicely now. We went through a kind of a drought period for I don't know, a month and a half. But over the last I don't know, week to 2 weeks, the AI is starting to give us some really, really nice trades. And that is part of the premium service. So the next step is obeying your stop. I may get stopped out here. You know what I'm going to do? I just want to reduce it. I don't want to get stopped out immediately. Okay, I might get stopped out. See how I could just reduce it down? But now, of course, I'm risking more money. It's instead of 100. I don't know why. Okay, so because the next step now is to obey your stops. You start trading and you get so excited and you've been able to check every box and even had great news about it. And so you can't wait to take the trade. You take the trade and guess what? It still doesn't work and you can't believe it. So human nature being what it is you start second guessing where you put your stop. You start saying, well, maybe, I know it's the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Well, maybe that was really too tight. So I really can't obey this stop because this is too good a setup. It looks too good. The setup is good. News is good. Room is talking about it. Everything looks so good. Why isn't it working? Well, again, sometimes the best setups in the world still don't work. So you start disobeying your stop and your $100 loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you say, oh man, why didn't I sell? And you take your loss. Okay, so that's one. Worse almost is having the same scenario. You don't obey your stop. It turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss. You still don't sell. And then, oh my gosh, it comes back. And now all of a sudden you're up two, three, $400, and now you're congratulating yourself on not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay, of course it can. But in my history of trading, when I did not obey my stop, that is what used to kill me. Okay. And now that commissions are so cheap, there's no excuse for not obeying your stop, getting out of the trade, and you can always get back in the trade. Okay, later on. Maybe you were just a little bit early, but you can always get back into the trade. Okay, so I'm off my soapbox, guys. Okay. You can practice trading. What a market rally. Oh, I wanted to be in that CPNG so desperately. Bunch of reasons. It came up on my watch list right there at 11:01. Came down here. I mean, it was later here, but CPNG was in the gap up and go. It was in the AI, at 11:01 also, right about the same time as my watch list. I mean, just a fantastic. I mean, you're talking 11 to 12. That's a great percentage move. Hey, Zach, what's happening to our coin? Now, listen, I would have been out of this trade, okay? This is in the simulator. I took this trade at 50.48. At one point, I was up $600. I would never allow that to happen, of course. I mean, these are two just sensational trades. I mean, look at the 1973, 2091, up 6% now for the CFLT. Now, this is a cheap one. It's up 4.5%. And I don't even know. There might be other trades that happened, but who cares? I'm not trying to say, no, actually, there are no other trades that happened. These are all profitable trades. But sometimes, yeah, you'll have some losing trades, but who cares? You should only be caring because you're bound and determined that you want to auto trade. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's the only reason people should be caring about saying, well, come on, Barry, you're just cherry picking the ones that are working. Well, what I'm doing is I'm concentrating on the ones that are profitable. Why wouldn't I? The only reason I would care about saying I'm cherry picking is if you are wanting to auto trade every single trade. Don't do it. I think it's DGI, I think, or DJI. Is that what we have here? No, maybe it's I can't remember what the ticker. Pepe will know. Is it DGIA? No. There's a dollar. I can't remember anymore. Is it dollar DJI? I guess it's dollar DJI. DJI. Somebody asked, who asked that question? Tech support? Yeah, so David, I think it's so dollar DJI. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, won't die, guys. I mean, look at that pullback all the way back down to 90. But they, as in the memers, they just got a hold of it again. They won't let it go below 100 for any length of time. It's that simple. No, I said dollar. You weren't listening. Dollar, dollar, DJI, DJI, dollar. Okay? Dollar, DJI. I'm looking at it right here. Okay? I mean, how good is this, guys? So just as I was explaining about how to use the AI, I mean, remember I was saying right here at around that 11:30 mark, where it just kind of paused, a little bit of a pullback. I suggested, you could take the trade. You could see, I mean, with a stop, of course, always have a stop. But the fact that you didn't get in at 11:01 should not like, hang you up and say, "Oh man, I missed the trade. I can't take this trade now." The AI is not designed, as a scalping tool. I mean, you trade it the way you want, but it's not designed that, okay, take the trade at 11:01 and hope to get up to 11:10. Okay? I mean, this is another one. I mean, there was the alert, 1973. It's here. If it pulls back a little bit underneath that whole number, 20, and then it pops through 21, the only thing I'd be looking at, the next high is 2149, 2070. So it's above that high. So it's in between yesterday and the day before yesterday's highs right now. Oh man. Well, I obviously, on that little pullback, I took about half of it off, I guess. But I just looked at this market thinking, man, this is the lemonade. So, I mean, it is still, now I have my doubts it's going to take out 19 with any authority. I know it broke a little bit above it. And the next high is looking left. That's at 19, you see. Whew. This has been just about one of the most exciting mornings we've had in a long time. Oh my gosh, CPNG, and didn't it get trashed yesterday too by a bunch of people? Not, I don't mean in the trading room, but I mean, this is an earnings play. Look at this thing rip. Oh, I have no idea if it's going to be a 2-day rally. No idea. I have my doubts, but I have no idea. I don't try to make any predictions like that. Oh, I mean, I got out of the ribbon, seems like a million years ago now. that was the short piece, right? Yeah, who was that? Yeah, I have no opinion, Monsieur Guillaume. I don't use it, so I really don't have any opinion. Okay, I don't use it, so maybe Jamie does. I really don't know. He'll be in that room at about an hour from now. Maybe he uses it, but I have no opinion. I'm not a big indicator guy, you know. I'm aware, of course, where the 200-day is. I'm aware of where the VWAP is. But, other than that, I'm not a big indicator guy. And that is not to say that if you are a big indicator guy, that, you're hearing me saying I'm not, doesn't mean that means nothing. Whatever works, whatever works. Used to be a big indicator guy. So there's still this little disconnect, guys. I mean, the Dow is still down, but it's all these the growth stocks have taken over today. Well, in fact, let's just take a look at the sectors now, and remember what I was saying. Now we're going to look at the sectors from the open, and this is going to be immensely different, immensely different. I mean, look at this. So now these are all the major sectors. These are now the change from the open. Remember how everything was negative, every single, even oil, okay? But you're talking about energy. Well, some of the energy stocks are starting to recover. Even the energy stocks were zero. 100% of them, well, what, 95% of them were down from yesterday's close. When we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, everything, there was just bright red right across. That meant virtually every single stock in every sector was below yesterday's close. This is now the change from the open. Look at technology. I mean, look at technology. 91% of them are above the open. Communications, 95% of them above the open. Okay, so this is way more powerful, using the change from the open than the change from the close. Because I mean, a lot of the tech stocks, I don't know, but let's take a look just for fun. Yeah, okay, so a lot of them are above the close of yesterday also, but you could see something. I mean, I'll exaggerate. 91% of them could be above the open, but 100% of them could still be below yesterday's close, if that makes sense. Let's pretend that the close was down here and of yesterday, and so the stocks are down here, but they're recovering, but they're still below the close, if that makes sense. I mean, it's not happening, and I did the change from the close, and they are up from the close of yesterday also. But that's why the change from the open, in my opinion, is way more powerful to use than the change from the open. I'm sorry, the change from the open is way more powerful to use than the change from the close. And I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, it even took out 19 again. Okay. Don't have as much left, but I have enough that's making me happy. This is the lemonade. Had to get out of that ATC short, I mean, worked okay, but I mean, look at the market. I mean, you just can't go against that market now. So all I'm in right now is still some of the lemonade, LMND. Yeah, remember Ford and GM earlier on. So here's another obscure one. I don't know these guys at all. I know I could read about what they do, their profile. They design, sell, and support wood pellet fueled barbecue grills. Okay, here's your pretty niche market. Traeger, don't know the company at all. Had earnings, okay, a little bit okay. 55 million in the float. For it, it's trading a lot. I don't know. Look at this. This is in the next high looking left is 531, 530. I mean, if we could ever break out of that, $6. I'm not saying it's going to happen, of course, but on a day like today, anything could happen. And that is COOK. So obviously on a day like today, the 10-day daily breakdown, you would not expect it to be producing. And, it isn't. Briefly, for the bros and all that, but right now the 10-day daily breakout, I mean, where we're seeing some of these, look at Sierra Wireless. This is sort of down the road from me. Sierra Wireless, SWIR. Uh, Look at that, got right to the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play, right to the 200-day moving average and popped off it. And why am I mentioning it? I obviously, well, it's been hard not to concentrate on the 10-day daily breakdowns because of the way the market's been over the last few weeks. But, these are the breakouts, these are the 10-day daily breakouts. Here's the Stickle. Or Stickle, Sunopta, another earnings play. Now, the problem, guys, you know what? I mean, next week, though Frank did say, no, let me back up. Last week, we had 1,200 companies releasing earnings. This week, we've got 600. We're in earnings season still. Next week, we're down to about 120. Now, I thought after that, it would really fall off, but Frank says the week after, there's actually an increase. The reason why we're seeing all these plays is because these are earnings. All these companies have released earnings over the last few days. Okay, that's why we're seeing all these plays. And that's the unfortunate part because, if I look at most of these are probably earnings plays. This window will not produce the same way. Once earnings, well, we won't get as many alerts. I'm not saying we won't get any, but when it's earnings season, I mean, that's when it's the most fun. You get all this volatility. Is there a way to show what stock has the ability to move more? Stephen, well, I mean, how I trade. I mean, of course, I'm always looking left. So if you're in a stock that's making at a high of the day, and it's coming from a nice pattern, so you look left on the daily, weekly, monthly to see where the next high is, and that's all I do. I mean, then I say, okay, well, it could keep moving because the next high is far enough away. I mean, that's a real simple way. No guarantee, of course, it's going to keep moving to the next high, but Yeah, not really, Stephen. Okay, not really. I mean, it's the I mean, what the thing is that just get used to, you in my pit. Well, you can at least start off with a daily chart. So when you click on it, when you get an alert, look left. I mean, it depends. I mean, are you a momentum trader? Are you looking for stocks that are making new highs of the day? If that's what you're doing, then it's pretty simple then to click on the alert and then very quickly look left on a daily chart and check to see where the next high is. Okay. And if you don't see the next high on a daily chart, in other words, right now, for instance, I can't see the next high on the daily chart, right? Because I'm looking over here. Could I expand that? Yeah, but that's why I have a weekly chart. So I look at the weekly chart. I can't see a next high on the weekly chart. So now I look at the monthly chart and I look over here and I start saying, okay, now when was it? 2019. Okay, 2962. I mean, could that stall it? Maybe. Do we think that something that happened 3 years ago is going to stall it? It's possible. But if I didn't see all this, and then I scroll back and I see that the next high was in 2011 or something, who cares, right? Yeah, I see you're talking about the average trading range and how much more a stock could go and all that. That's okay. The only problem I have with the using the ATR if you're going to day trade is that I mean, I mean, a stock that all of a sudden is in play today, but really did nothing over the last month. You could see it has an ATR of say 8 cents, and right now it has a trading range of $2. How does that relate to its average ATR really? Well, if you're getting too many tickers coming through, Stephen, then you better, start fine tuning or starting add more filters or upping the filter values if you're getting too many coming through. I mean, if you want to see stocks that are having extraordinary ATR days, there's an easy scan for that. But I typically don't use the ATR. It's the same reason I don't use the average volume. In other words, people say, well, why don't you use the average 5-day volume or average 10-day volume or average 20-day volume? We have those filters. But why would I do that? What if I put, okay, I only want to see stocks that are trading on average 500,000 shares a day over the last 5 days or 10 days? You can do it. Don't get me wrong, you can do it. But that is going to block the stock that hardly trades very much, but all of a sudden today it's having an explosion day for whatever reason. It's trading millions upon millions of shares. Why would I want to put that average daily volume in there if I'm in essence, looking for stocks that are really exploding today? It's the same. So I don't do that. I don't care about what it did, what its average volume was over the last 5 days or 10 days, or I don't really care. So two things could be happening, Stephen. Well, if you had five yesterday, you have 42 today. I mean, obviously, you probably only had five yesterday because the market was, down. But most of your scans are probably looking at stocks that are moving higher. And of course, with market conditions today, what's happening in the SPY, you're probably getting a lot more alerts. You just have to deal with that. I mean, so on a day like today, maybe you start upping the filters, putting in a higher filter value. I mean, yeah, I mean, today is an overwhelming day with what's happening. It's overwhelming for me. I mean, my watch list is designed just to get you to look at a few stocks a day, okay? And I know I say it every day. I should follow just my watch list for many, many days because and look, every single alert you get doesn't necessarily mean it's a winner. Remember, these are ideas. So let's take a look at what the watch list has done today. Now, yesterday, because the market was down, my watch list had a lot of short opportunities, which were incredibly good. Now, let's take a look at today at the long opportunities. So, what this is showing you the very first time the alert happened. So, say for Bumble, BMBL, the alert was at 9:47. The price was 20.03. I mean, how good is this? I mean, look at the up arrow. That's all that up arrow is showing you is when the alert happened on the different time frames. So that's a 2-minute chart. This is on a 15-minute chart. Here's on a 5-minute chart. Now look what the market did. Of course, it's going with the flow. But so you can just quickly see, okay, what did it do after that alert? Well, obviously, unbelievable. I mean, before it really pulled back at all, that went from $20 to $24. ML, let's take a look what happened. 135, a little dip. It's not bad. I mean, on a percentage basis at 155, it's not bad. H&R block. I don't think this really moved that much. H&R block, 29.49. What did it get up to? Yeah, it got up to 30. Not terrible. I mean, this is obviously going to be a star. CPNG, 10.06. That was the time of the alert. Price was 11.01. Now it got up to 1183 and then it pulled back some. So of course, if you took that trade at 1103, right around that area, and it started to, you would have to start taking some profit. You don't want to give everything back. And maybe you took it all out. That's okay. But then it gave you another opportunity to get into that trade. Of course, this was one 34.75. I mean, it had a little pullback, but I mean, it got as high as 36.84. I mean, I'm just running through these. This is nothing I did after the fact. This is just a watch list I created for today. 1165 got up to 1372. Admittedly, at the beginning, it looked like it was going to be a short, but then the market reversed. The the apes got a hold of it. What happened with the firm? 1766. We got up to 19. I mean, I don't know what else I can say. UPST 3250 got up to 3372. Not bad, not great. And Peloton, I don't know what Peloton did. 1394. So this is still in play, really. 1394. I mean, it hasn't really moved that much. You can see that if it can take out 14, what's the next high looking left is 1561. I mean, can you not see that if Peloton maybe takes out that high, which I'm just going to stick an alert, price alert right there, that it has a shot at that 1560 area, as long as the market remains so optimistic right now. So, I mean, if you just wanted to follow my watch list, it's probably not the worst thing you could do. You could do that every day. Doesn't mean, though, that when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade. I do this. This watch list is created every single day for you. Yeah, and Stephen, of course, I wasn't directing that just to you. I mean, that's to anybody who is, sort of baffled by, what they're seeing. But again, it does require some trading experience. I try to really emphasize the fact that just because I get an alert in something, that I just, pile into the trade. You have to have an idea about kind of what's happening. When you get the alert, is it after, 10, 15-minute candles straight up? I wouldn't take the trade, as an example. But you could practice in the simulator, take just focusing on these, and if you have the AI, these ones. Look how few trades there are, really, or ideas, how few ideas there are. Well, guys, this has been quite a morning. Yeah, you asked me what do I think? Is the market rolling over now? I don't know. I really don't know. You have a big topping tail up here. Let's take a look at the SPY on a big chart. Okay, so we had a big topping tail up here. Again, what does that mean? At one point, that candle was green all the way up here, and then the sellers took over, knocked it down. The candle was still green, but let's face it. There is still doom and gloom in the market. Let's not kid ourselves that, the Dow is still down big. Okay, the so-called value stocks are down big. It's the growth stocks that have propped this up, but the SPY, is basically neutral right now. So let's not kid ourselves that, all right, I guess it's over. Now the market's going to rip. But for me to try to predict, I think that's a very important level for it to hold. 391. I'll stick a price alert right there, 391. It takes that out. That could spell the end for a while. Give me a moment, please. All right, finally. Okay, so my my sister-in-law is in from Peru. Landed last night, so that's why I'm a little less exuberant than I would have normally been. Okay, now they're all up. But believe me, I was inwardly, I was very, very exuberant. So I still have some of the LMND, the lemonade. A little pullback, minor little pullback, making a new high again. And what is this one doing? Is this one having a run? Okay, the wrong way. SOUN, guys, just got halted on the way down. This is almost an all-time low. Again, I think this was there was a SPAC that turned into SOUN, or it was an IPO. Scroob Trader. So the question in our YouTube room, is there a filter that will exclude wide spreads or include a stock with a tighter spread? The answer is, a little drum roll, yes. So, and this is a good exercise, all right? If you're ever wondering if we have something, either some kind of an alert or some kind of a filter, all you have to do is go to our alert window, any alert window, right click, configure, search. So you asked about a spread. Well, let's see what happens if I type in spread. Look at that. We have a spread filter. Okay. So there it is. So you could add that filter. So if you wanted to say a maximum of 5 cents, this isn't pennies, so you would put 5 as an example. Now, understand that at the time, if you get an alert, at the time of the alert, that's what the spread would have been. Okay? It doesn't mean that that's what it's going to be forever. In other words, the next second, it could widen to 20 cents. But at the time of the alert, what I would like to see is an average spread. I've actually asked that a long time ago. But yeah, and also, yeah, as Wolf is pointing out, I mean, a 5 cent spread for Apple, you may never get that, okay? But because of the price of the stock. So it depends on the price too. But if you really, really want to see stocks with just, within 5 cents, then you could put 5 in the max. But don't yell at me or the program is if when you then click on the alert and say, hey, wait a minute, the spread is now 10 cents. Well, at the time of the alert, that's what happened. But of course, a second later, the spread can change. Okay, Scroope, does that make sense? Hopefully you could hear me. I just kid, of course. Now, people ask for that spread filter in a top list, okay? It doesn't really make sense to have it in a top list window because, the top list window updates every 30 seconds. So, have a spread filter in the top list window really doesn't make any sense at all. So, in case you're wondering, if you're saying, okay, that sounds great, I'll add a top list window. Well, it doesn't make any sense to add it to a top list window. All right, guys, you know what? With the SPY doing what it's doing, I am all out of lemonade. So I have nothing left now. Nothing left. With the SPY as it's starting to drift down a bit, I'm not going to take, I mean, it did still have some room. I mean, it's at that 19 level. And if it ever really break out, at 2060, but I'm done with lemonade, LMND. I'm starting to see some stocks on my thumbnail charts, starting to see them starting to fade a little bit. So again, you want to practice shorting. I mean, I had a question in our YouTube room earlier about shorting. I mean, I don't understand shorting and all that. Well, I'm not going to so-called explain it other than you can practice in our in the simulator. Just the mechanics of it, just so you understand what you're trying to get out of a short. So for instance, now this is starting to move here, guys, down. Okay. So let's say I wanted to short this one. First of all, well, I can't, okay? If you're gonna practice shorting, you should make sure that you could short it, with your broker. My broker doesn't have shorts available, okay? Interactive broker. So now if you're gonna ask me, well, how do I know if I have shorts available? Well, every broker is different. So I know how I can tell within Interactive Brokers very quickly, but if you have another brokerage account, I can't tell you how you're going to find out quickly. And that's too bad. This is a gap down and go. A gap down and go, but just no shorts available for me for CSSE. All right, guys, I just want to maybe take a, okay, let's take a short in this one, okay, just to show you the mechanics, okay, of Cook. I'm looking, there are 223,000 shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so just take a short of it, okay, just to show you how to do it. So all you're trying to do is, okay, I'll say go 400 shares short. So you're going to go in at the bid. All you do is click the sell button, send, done. I'm in a short now. Just it'll appear in a second here. There we are, okay? So now what I hope is that if I'm short something, there's my entry, or there's my entry at 514. I want that stock, I want the price to drop. But it's the same thing. You know, you have to have a stop. So in this case, my stop would have to be above, of course, my entry because I don't want it to go up. But if it goes up, you know, I'll be in a losing trade. And so I have to have a stop, just like I have a stop. If I buy a stock, I have to have a stop underneath the price I got in at. I mean, it's just, I mean, I don't understand people. I think what happens is that people think that all they've heard is, oh my gosh, shorting, and you could lose all your money. Well, first of all, if you're intraday trading, I mean, the likelihood of that happening is so remote because you know you've got stops, you've got the same sort of thing. And what I like to see is just to move down just a little bit, okay? And then all you do to get out of your short position is you buy it. Okay, so just think about mechanics. If I buy a stock, you know, then I'm hoping it's going to move higher. If it moves higher, and I want to get out of it, I sell it, right? Or if it moves lower and I want to, you know, cut my losses, I sell it. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, I think, to most people. You're just reversing the process in your head. Okay. When you short something, you sell it. And then when you want to get out of it, you buy it. And again, you'll make money if it's below the price you shorted it at. You'll lose if it's above. That's all. I mean, that's it. Nothing more to it, guys. How is Twitter doing? Yeah, whoa, little pop for Twitter. Ah, so there's your news. This is why whoops, this is why it popped a bit, I guess. Seeks to scrap the Tesla margin loan with new Twitter funding. Okay, so it's also tied into what's happening with Tesla. So that's just what Zach posted. Wow, look at this. You know, this is one I did yesterday. It's OLPX. Look at this thing, just absolute rippage, guys. You know, it pulled back a lot, but you know, yesterday, but 1382. This is not pulled back whatsoever. I'm surprised it's not on my watch list. I think it's not on my watch list because of the pullback yesterday. See, the only way these things trigger here, they have to break yesterday's high. So when I construct my watch list for the next day, I look at something like this and say, well, the likelihood of it taking out yesterday's high is not great, but it might, it might now. But that's one of the filters I have in place. You know, the stock has to be above for it to show up here. It has to be either above yesterday's high. Here, it has to be below yesterday's low. One of the filters I have in place. I don't want, I mean, my watch list is made up of a lot more stocks. I don't want them all to trigger. You know, I want just a manageable number to trigger. Sono is trying to break out a little bit here, guys. It is trying to break out here, right here. I mean, it's trying to break out. Look at it on the 15-minute. And when you look left, what do we see? 22.55. See, for me, I mean, it might keep going and it might take out 22.55 like nothing. It just sort of prevents me from getting, very eager about the trade, but it might do it because if it does, then the next high is 24.07, which is a pile away. But I just have a paranoia about taking a trade so close to the next high. It's one of my checklists. But if it takes that out, I mean, let's see, I'm going to put an alert 22.55. I'm going to put an alert just around 22.51. See if it gets close to that level. And then if it does, then after that, I mean, you're talking 24. That's far enough away. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, and it's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. Or does that high right there block it? And so now this could turn into a short. No, I haven't even looked at Zach, any of Zach's. How did that VST do? Not good. Okay, good. I saw you guys talking about the SEMR and the BKR, but the SEMR, yeah, that was probably a pretty good bounce off that, but not a ton. I mean, yeah, I mean the alert was at 763. I mean, if you took it way down here, I guess, but how about these topping plays though? All right, guys, it's 11:43, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be Jamie in our YouTube room at noon. Again, before I take my break, I will. Okay, I'm just going to confirm that Jamie will be in our YouTube room. And again, as I said before, Jamie is a big user of Brokerage Plus, and he has an E-Trade account that he trades his account. Okay, so if you have there, yeah, so as confirmation that he will be there. So, if you have some Brokerage Plus type questions and how to use it. All right, now we're getting into a little danger area now in the SPY, guys. Remember I was saying, takes out that low right there on those candles. Oh man, what a miss by me. I mean, this MQ was astonishingly good. Astonishingly good. All right, well, unfortunately, yeah, there's the SPY. Just took out that low, or is at that low right now. So yeah, we could be in for a bit of a downturn. I mean, we're already obviously 45 minutes or 30 minutes, but will it continue or will that hold and maybe bounce? So that's the question. And again, if you're new to trade ideas and or you're going to take this test drive, one of the great things we do, I mean, look, we did not invent the concept of price alerts, but so simple to put a price alert. And putting price alerts means you don't have to stare at a chart. So for instance, if I said, okay, I want to put a price alert if Sierra Wireless, SWIR, takes out that high right there again. Oh, well, you just all you have to do is just position your cursor, that dotted line, to where you want it. You right click, create the price alert. Now, if it's not exactly at 1868 that you want, of course you can change it. So let me change it to 1865 as an example. Now you're done. Okay, and I mean, you're done. You can put a note in if you want. I typically don't. The only time I put notes in if it's an IPO that I'm, want to be prepared ahead of time for. Otherwise, I just click the save and that's it. So it's super simple to use. Again, right click, create the price alert. That's it. I mean, and at this point now, I don't have to watch Sierra Wireless anymore. Obviously, that's the idea of a price alert. And here is your price alerts window. Click on new and then price alerts. Okay, and that's your window. Now what I do, let me just see here. What I do, here is my price alerts window. I'm just going to delete these ones. These are the last ones that triggered. Now, let me put a price alert here. Just underneath 1849, 1847. What I'm trying to do is show you some. Okay. Well, what would have happened? This is what you would have seen. I was hoping I could minimize. What I do is I minimize my price alert window. Okay. I don't stare at this all day long. So you don't have to. I used to. But then I found, in fact, I think many years ago, I don't know if he suggested it, but what I do now is I just minimize the window because I don't have to stare at these all day long. And especially if you don't have a lot of screen space, depending on how many monitors you've got, all you do is you minimize the window. Let me see if I can recreate this one. I'm going to put 18. It's up at CSSE. Okay. Okay, this is moving fairly quickly. I'll do it one more time. Maybe take another one. Trying to demonstrate. Okay, I'm going to minimize this window right now. Hopefully this will hit 21. Might not. But you see what I've done? I've minimized that price alerts window, and boy, too bad I didn't have shorts available for this one. Let me put an alert down here. You're going to see what I'm talking about. It's probably going to trigger right away. There, you see what happened? So I made sure it would trigger right away, but that's the whole idea. If you minimize the window and then it'll pop up on your screen, if you sort on the triggered time, you'll see the last alert right at the top. And I also put a sound alert on it because, I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I'll wander away from my computer. And so, but if I hear that sound alert that I put on here, I can come racing back to see what the alert was. So minimize the window. Again, no point in staring at it. And then when an alert happens, it'll just pop right up on your screen. Yeah, you can put a sound alert as long as you're using our app, Joe. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, no sound alert. Okay, but if you're using our app, yep, it's the same principle. I mean, it's the same kind of methodology. Right click, actions, Okay, and then you set up, you do this. So if if you know how to set it up on an alert window, it's exactly the same then. Okay, so again, you just right click, actions, and then just follow this. I'm assuming you know how to put a price alert on our alert windows. And that's the beauty of the price alerts too, guys. I mean, the whole idea of price alerts is to put a different sound on the different alert windows that you've got. Now, I want to caution you, don't have so many up and running. You'll never get anything done. You're going to have to figure out, number one, what sort of a trader you want to be. Do you want to be a pullback trader? Do you want to be a momentum trader? So because you don't want to go into, like when I first started to trade ideas, just as a customer, I didn't want to miss any sort of setup. So I probably had 20 or 30 windows up and running. And because I was going on the internet, figuring out all sorts of different types of setups, we didn't have trading room. We didn't have a trading room like this. There was really no training whatsoever. So I was just, doing it on my own. And yeah, I had all the setups and they'd be they're firing at me all day long. Click, 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 getting nothing done. So I had to really make up my mind. Okay, it's hard though. Sometimes you think, oh, but how can I get rid of this one? But you've got to figure out a way to minimize the number of alerts you're getting. And then you can put a sound alert on the different windows. And so when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. You put a different sound alert on the different windows. You can have one window, text to voice, if you want. You don't have to. And the reason I say one, because if you put them all text to voice, again, you'll never know which window to look at. So my watch list is on my channel, okay, A-Trade. So if you go to, the question is talking about my watch list. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar and then click on Barry's watch list, you'll see it. Now you won't see all the trades. You only see the last one, but you could take this window. Yeah, might have to revise this one because we should have the, I see what they've done. We put this together a while ago when the market was just whipping higher and higher. So we didn't have the ones that were down. So, but I probably should get them to change this and maybe get rid of the option ones and put the watch list down now. I mean, that produced, but you could take this window though and take it out of this channel and save it to the cloud and then bring it back. So you don't have to go to my channel every day, but you'll see my watch list. Yeah, the watch list is new every day. I mean, there are some I mean, I do carry forward some that are like on today. You might see some that are similar. In other words, ones that I have today may be carried to the watch list tomorrow. But I go through the exercise in the evening, figuring out which new ones I want to add or which ones I want to carry forward. So I'm actually going to have to make that change. Let's see, who is in charge of that? Ah, there you are. I didn't hear you pop in, Jamie. I didn't hear the pop that I normally hear. So let me just see. Okay, I see you there. How about
Hello,
talking?
Barry. Hello, everybody.
I know we go through this, it seems, every time. Can you guys hear? Okay, why don't you talk? I don't know why I can't hear you. So I have the site on mute.
Testing one,
Give me a
two,
moment.
three. Test one, two, three.
Ah, that's why. Okay, Jamie, I can, if you talk, I can probably hear you now.
Hey, Barry, we're good. I'll see you
Hey,
back
there you
here at
are.
5 till, right?
Yes. So you want to take over now?
So, Wolf, you can hear me and you can see my desktop, yeah?
Okay, so I can hear Jamie. Maybe Jamie can't hear me. Okay, well, I'll stop. He might have the site
Test one,
on.
two, three. Yes. Okay, thank you, Wolf. All right, very good. All right, Barry, we're good to go. Hello, Aya. Boy, what an interesting period it has been in the markets. So, any questions you guys have about the software, you know the drill, let me know. Um, Otherwise, the AI has been holding up quite well over the past few days. Had a little rough patch there, but seems to have found its stride again, especially in these market conditions. Not too bad. Tell you what, I forgot to get my pen up here. Where'd you go, Epic Pen? There we go. There we go. All right, just let me do a little house cleaning here. Okay, questions panel is active. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, let's take a peek at the old hugging the 10 stock race. This has been one of my favorite stock races as of late. SQSP has won 20 races. Nice little uptrend in that one today. Of course, we're getting a lot of sympathy bounces in a number of stocks. But when we look at the overall, here we are at the SPY weekly, this level here, you know, everybody, including myself, thought, well, this might act as a little area of support, but nope, you can see we're right through it. And it's just the 200 period on the weekly is just saying, hey, look at me, might come for a visit. So that's what we got going on here. And of course, we pull up the Qs, even worse, right? Just a hop, skip, and a jump from that 200 period weekly, where maybe we bounce off that. That's the $1 million question there, Iris. We all know that even when the market was in its uptrend, back here, trading's never easy, right? It's easier, so to speak. But in this market, picking bottoms is, well, it's a harrowing experience right now because a lot of things just aren't holding up. So you've got no safe haven right now. You know, you can be in cash, right? But we've seen some really weird stuff going on as of late with everything being red on a day where the market is red. We've also seen bonds red. The crypto market is having its correction as well. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about Luna, which was one of the darlings that's not Bitcoin, trading north of 100. And now it's at a few cents, I think. So over 4 or 5 days, it just got completely obliterated. And that's only adding fuel to the fire. So, you know, it's a very difficult market. it happens. This is a cyclical event. Everybody can profess to know why these things are happening. But in the end, from a very simplistic viewpoint, it's a cycle, right? It's a cycle. So there is no magic go-to right now. It's all about, you know, being quick on your toes and managing risk. And, I was speaking about this in the webinar on Monday. Your trading plans shouldn't really change. Your setups are either going to be there or they're not. You're just probably going to see a lot less of them. So from a psychological standpoint, the urge to trade or FOMO, fear of missing out, that's something that you really got to keep tabs on right now, because if you're not seeing your setups, then, there's nothing to do, right? Unless you're working on new strategies and testing them out in simulation mode. So, if you've been not experiencing success as of late, that's the best thing to do is scale back the size, proportionately, and or just go to sim mode until you feel like you got your chops back. But make no mistake about it, Iris. This is a tricky market, and you got to be on your toes at all times. Speaking of downward moves, a lot of head fakes this morning to the downside. But we're still seeing some decent setups. Pre-market range breaks are always going to be there, and you're always going to have some stocks moving higher off of those pre-market range breaks, just like we see here on Vintner. What was the one from Holly earlier? Yeah, this one, CNCE, got off to a nice start, doing a little flag dance up here. Looks like if it gets another pop, well, notice where we topped out right here on the CNCE trade, kind of butting up to this candle back here. But a little consolidation. If the 10 period remains in control, we might get another little pop in the CNCE. Well, you guys are a little quiet today, and I guess that's to be expected. It's like, when the market gets volatile, we all here notice a user base gets kind of quiet, not near as many inquiries or, help requests as typically are coming in. But how do you change colors on the charts? Okay, well, let's just get a chart up here. You can see if we right click properties, it's been a while since I fiddled with my colors. That's the dark theme right there. Where did they move it to? I want to say there we go. See, it used to be in properties, but if we go to select chart style, then we can play with the colors in this little conduit right here. Background color, gradient color. So if I wanted to change this up a little bit, say I wanted to go more of a blue, I could do that. You can come in here and kind of fiddle with the customization. Color box and sidebar. So once again, we just right click and we go to select chart style. and the color grid has been moved into this little tab right here. Yeah, at first you think they took it away. They just moved it to a different spot. Okay, so once again, if we right click in here and we go to select chart style. Now, unless they move this on my dev version, okay, can anybody else verify that they're seeing this when they right click? Select chart style. I'm always on the latest dev version, so sometimes things change that aren't necessarily in the production version. But I want to say in the older version it was somewhere else. Okay, perfect. Yeah. APP and SQSP, nice little updrafts in those stocks today. No surprise that they're showing up winning the most amount of races there. Okay, thank you, A Trade a Day. At first, I thought your name was Andy. And you know what? That brings up a good point. A trade a day. Especially in this market, you got to really mind your P's and Q's, and all it takes is one decent trade, just like any other day. Of course, the more the better. But in the end, make 3 or 4 trades. You have one typically good one, and maybe a few losers and mediocre one. But it all pans out in the end. All right, Swear, another good upside stock with a nice little range break. It was early on the radar via the stock races. To see even this downdraft, and Barry is really good at this, finding stocks that are moving up when the market is red. All right, Daniel, what is the dividend yield filter and why should I care about dividends? Good question. Some people, that's definitely a fundamental filter. Some people like fundamentals for investing purposes, but you might not have a need for dividend yield, right? I mean, it's really just going to tell you, you know, which stocks out there are paying out dividends, right? So if we just wanted to explore it a little bit, from a trading perspective, you're right. It's kind of, well, I'm not saying that it can't be useful. You might be optimizing and find out, hey, if I include the dividend filter, I can statistically improve this strategy. Come on, Cloud. There we go. Let's just pull up a top list here. It's been a while since I even played around with the dividend filter. And we'll just tack it on as a column here and see what we can come up with. Okay, so we'll just show it. And now we can see all the stocks on this list that are currently paying dividends. So if we sort, okay, AB, $1.29 a share. So once again, dividend yield, a fundamental filter. If you're really conservative and you've got a portfolio of stocks that you think are less volatile than the rest, and you just want to sit back and collect those dividends, this is the way you would find the stocks with the higher dividend yields. Of course, when dividends are declared on the exit date, typically you're going to see that stock go down in value. A lot of the times it comes back up. So you got the dividend with no, uh, devaluation in your stock, but they don't always do that. But once again, why should you care about dividends? Good question. Only if you're concerned with collecting those dividends, and holding the stock does come with a certain amount of risk because you might find something that's pumping out a juicy dividend, but if the stock cuts in half, not such a good deal. Or if you're really long term and you got a 10, 20-year horizon, then you just sit the fluxes and collect the dividends and hope that numbers are higher in the future. All right, Wolf, you have a good one too. You talking about the options radar here, Iris? Sure, I can share that. Shrink it up a little bit. Let me check my record count here. Okay, just 200. And by the way, options radar, just a good go-to top list where you can sort, which is the way the gradient is set up here, by the stocks that are doing the most options volume. Options radar, top list. All right, there's the cloud link for you, Iris. All right, questions panel is open. And also, too, if you do like to short sell, this little race right here, which instead of a positive change from the open, has been showing up with some pretty good downside movers. Of course, LabD is a ETF. Interesting. We got a new kid on the block, only 3 days old. I can only imagine coming public in an environment like this. That's just bad timing. More than likely, no shares of this stock to be shorted. Maybe. I have noticed, if you do like to trade ETFs, LabD always puts in a pretty decent pre-market range. On this day, not so much over here. That was kind of, well, actually, that's not too bad right there. And then we got a down move on the break. Check this one out. When this thing breaks, if it usually puts in a very calm pre-market range, and when it breaks, it typically goes. And then, look at today's action. As soon as we broke below that pre-market range, took a nice little swoon down. So kind of reminds me of the olden days back in the late 90s when all of us SOS traders, we had a handful of stocks that we traded every day. And, back then it was a conducive way to trade, but it was a different market structure. But I've noticed that LabD does this all the time. So you might want to keep that in mind when you're thinking about playing pre-market range breaks. All right, Daniel, just reading your question there. Cheddar flow, what would be a way that trade ideas could assist in strategy tandem with options flow and dark pool prints? Well, we do have a handful of options filters. Unfortunately, on the dark pool topic, we don't have anything. We're not watching dark pools. We don't track that data. So unfortunately, we got nothing in that vein. As far as options go, this is our limited option offering right here. So keep in mind, for example, if I duplicate just this alert window here, let's pretend for a moment that we really want to, let's say we want to do a back test to see if maybe a combination of those option filters could be, back tested, and maybe we find something, maybe we don't. But what a lot of people aren't aware of is if I hit back test, and let's see, I forget where it is. Okay, if we go to the advanced tab, use all available columns, right? Or we can only use the columns that are in the strategy. So let's just do this little experiment here. Where do I get these charts like the negative change? Um, Apparel, are you referring to these top lists right here? Negative and positive change from the open? If so, I can drop the cloud link in there for you. Okay, so on this alert window here, we just got a couple of alerts selected. Just for experimental purposes, we'll leave new high in there. And we're going to go over here to our columns, and we're going to get rid of this. And then we're going to go to the options columns, or options filters, I should say. And we're going to add all of these guys as columns. So now here they are. We just got symbol, time, price, and column. And you know what? I better put some volume in here just so we don't get a bunch of thin stuff. If we do volume today, shares, and say at least 200,000 shares. Okay, now we'll do a little experimentation with the options filters. Okay, all right, so I will go ahead and drop these cloud links in. So these are negative change from open. And positive change from open. There we go. All right, there you go. There's the two top lists there. So now let me just verify what I got in here. Just one alert, little volume requirement of 200,000 shares a day. And now let's say we want to back test this. And we'll just leave it wide open to see what might be out there. Gear it up for an hour and a half hold time. Won't even bother with any stop losses or profit targets yet. 40-day back test, but use only the columns from the strategy. So when I run the back test here, don't expect it to be anything good just yet. But then we're going to go into the optimization tab, and instead of having the entire list of filters available, we're just going to have our. Okay, so not a bad spin just from complete scratch, winning over 50% of the time. We got a fair amount of trades up here, 540, 554. So there might be some hope. Now looking at my buying power on the busiest day, I'd only need a little over 20 grand, which on a 4-to-1 ratio, if we put 5,500 bucks in there, that should do it on a 4-to-1 levered account. So now these numbers look a lot more realistic, but okay, daily. Of course, the past few days have been the biggest days because of the volatility, I'm assuming. But when we go to optimize, notice we just have the options filters in here. So it's a good way to focus on a group of a group of filters if you don't want to necessarily have the entire bunch in there. So is anything standing out here? Well, if we go to call volume today contracts, it puts a huge number in there to begin with. But what if we shrunk it down? Nope. 50,000, 500. I thought I put 5,000 in there. Yep, too small. Too big. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything in here. We got all the trades are right here. Not that good of a win rate. So a bunch of trades, and then we got nothing down here, right? So, okay. Nothing to see there. Let's go to options volume today percent. Just total options volume. 1 to 2. Okay, I was like, well, that's a crazy jump, but there's only one in there. So we got to get the smaller magnifying glass out here. But once again, nothing's really standing out. We got a ton of trades in here and, what looks like a decent total, but not very good on the win rate. Now, what's weird is we got a little group of trades here that is a huge profit factor. But if we optimize for that, we'd have 10 trades over a 40 trading day period, and that's just not going to work. And this is like an Easter egg hunt. You never know if you're going to find anything, but you won't find anything unless you look. Again, I'm not surprised because I've been through this exercise before. It's been a very long time, but nothing's really standing out as far as these options filters go on a optimization. No, Stephen, it was just from a question earlier. Can trade ideas be used to find good options plays? The answer is yes, using our options filters, because a lot of the times, if options volume, let's see, I'll just load that options radar back up again. Well, I guess it doesn't like that link. Well, just have to get it back out of the cloud. When it comes to these options filters, I find top list just more conducive for the way that I like to view the data, because here I can quickly zero in and we've got minimal filters on this list here. Just stocks between 20 and 150. Got to have average daily volume of 500,000. Pretty generic. But you can quickly hone in on the stocks doing the craziest amount of options volume, because percentage options volume today, a value of 100 means normal options volume. 200 would be 2 times. So divide by 100 to get the X factor here, which is pretty significant. 300 or 39 times. That's 39,000 actually. So notice these guys right here are 20 times normal options volume in Ferg today. Of course, you never know, just because the options volume is high or there's more puts or calls being traded, is that necessarily going to mean an up move or a down move? Well, unknown. You still have to rely on the pattern that you're hunting and then look at accelerated options volume. And if the stock is trending in that direction, well, then, yeah, that might be a good assumption. But just because a stock has traded more calls than puts does not mean it's going to go up, and vice versa. There might be a ton of puts being traded that day, but there's a seller and there's a buyer, and you never know who's on what side of the fence, right? And typically, if you see this high options volume, you're going to notice there's going to be incredible volume in the stock as well. So if we look at work, crazy options volume. Kind of thought this relative volume would be a little bit higher, but still almost 2 times normal. BF.B, interesting. Something weird going on here. You're like a huge options, multiple put volume, options, put and call. So it's all put today, all put action. Zero calls. Does that mean it's going to go down? Unknown. but I'm surprised at the relative volume on that one. And a lot of the times you get these crazy multiples because normally they hardly trade any options. So that's why you can get these crazy numbers over here and not exactly a high real volume, but this guy's kicking out 4. So who asked that question? Right, Stephen, you can find interesting stocks that are in play doing a lot of options. But as far as an option trading strategy, we're primarily focused just on the equities here. TI ebooks still relevant material for study. Yeah, Plaza, a lot of those old ebooks, I mean, they're methods of trading that have been around forever and will continue to be around forever. So yeah, there's always some validity. They've always got, value. It just depends on, is your style compatible with some of those very basic, trading strategies? What are my thoughts on Luna? Well, let me see if I can get a chart up here. I had one up earlier. Does anybody know what? Last time I looked at it this morning, it was like a dime. Anyway, I'm not going to bother pulling the chart up. Luna was one of the darling altcoins of the crypto space. An altcoin is anything other than Bitcoin. And it had a good story, DeFi, lots of different coins for doing different things from my very rudimentary understanding of it. But this makes the most sense to me because the Wall Street boys are not dumb, right? All these, uh, high frequency, Citadel, they're smart guys and they will pick apart the weaknesses of any infrastructure and take advantage of it. And I think that's what happened with Luna or Terra. Um, Now, don't quote me exactly on this, but you could stake Luna and get paid a pretty handsome interest rate. It's kind of like putting your money in the bank, old school bank, and back in the olden times when banks actually used to pay people interest, right? You could and back in the golden era of banking, which I think was like late 70s through a good part of the 80s, you could get some crazy rate just by leaving your money in the bank. Hey, I got $1 million, I can leave it in the bank and make 100 grand a year off the interest. Well, that's not been around for a very long time. So some of these crypto uh, alternative cryptos, you can give your coins over to the exchange and you've staked them and you'll be paid interest. And Luna had it was some kind of crazy interest rate. I think it was north of 15%, closer to 20. Um, and they owned a lot of Bitcoin as well. So I think the boys over at Citadel just kind of figured out, well, if we get certain coins down to certain levels, we trigger certain mechanisms, and then we trigger certain liquidations and heavy leverage unwinds. And I think, and don't quote me on this, I'm not saying I know this for sure, but it was such a precipitous fall from close to 100 down to where it is now. Brutal. It's brutal, Um, don't really know what to make of it. I guess it'll all come out in the wash eventually. If you wanted to learn how to backtest, is there a video that you recommend? Yeah, I would just recommend doing the following. Get it up here. Okay, so here I am at our Trade Ideas YouTube channel, right? Got the user's guide right up here, but if you use the old search here, there's a ton of different videos. TI University is a great 4-part series, and you got 101, and I believe backtesting is going to be in 401. So you have 101, 201, 301, and 401. Now I haven't looked at these in a while. They're getting kind of aged, but I believe we've got backtesting in 401, and also if you just type in backtest, you're going to get a lot of different examples of people using the backtester as well. So 401 from TI University, and then just pulling up different videos that might interest you where the backtester is being used. Great place to start there. Turbo down and turbo up family scans are decent to keep an eye on. Yeah, Plaza, they're two of my favorite alert windows. They're very simple. So for example, these guys right here. Now keep in mind, originally I was not using relative volume. I was using, instead of relative volume, that's my volume metric now. Hey, show me things hitting highs, because it has to be hitting a high for an opening range break to be occurring. Same way on the downside, on the low ticker. But I want volume to be there because it's not a magic bullet, but the more volume you have behind your potential move, that's going to be a little gold star, because it doesn't guarantee, but definitely with volume, a move has a better potential of turning out for you. Now, in the beginning, I wasn't using relative volume. I was using the 1-minute volume spike with 300%. And, markets change. So that was conducive for a little while. But I've since changed these tickers to, or these alert windows to, relative volume. And they're always spitting out good things. They're a little fast moving, which is why I've got two different sets now. These really aren't turbo brake family. They're not part of the turbo brake configuration. These are turbo brakes right here. And then these are only looking at a custom list that was generated at the close yesterday using these two lists here. So the stocks that had the biggest move up and down from the open, not the close, I compile those into my custom list every day. So for example, this window, looking at all the stocks that were on this list yesterday, which is negative change from the open. And this window is watching all the stocks that I harvested from this top list at the close yesterday. Because once a stock has a big move to the up or the downside, it's not necessarily going to go to sleep the next day. You could be at the beginning of a 2, 3, 4-day move, but the bottom line is we're looking for continuation. And whereas I use these for range breaks that are occurring during the regular session, I do the same methodology with these two, but I'm focusing pre-market and right on the open for stocks that have put in the conducive pre-market range. And once again, I always like to go to Lab D as a good example. Yeah, it's an ETF, but it always puts in a pretty decent pre-market range. And a lot of the times, once this range is broken to the up or the downside in Lab D, it continues. And there could be a multitude of other stocks that are doing this and breaking to the up or the downside for the pre-market range each and every day. If a trading setup is the animal and the market is the forest, these are some of the most abundant setups, the most abundant animals. We could call them rabbits, right? Because they're all over the place. It's just a matter of finding a few good ones and hopefully being able to get in there at the right price. Yes, the back test will work in custom formulas, I'm pretty certain. Let me let me see here. Let's just pick a custom. Use columns from strategy. Okay. I see your question there, Stephen. Sure. It's exactly what I was kind of pointing out there. I'll circle back around. So optimization. Okay. So percent of float traded, if you notice, percent of float traded is a custom formula. And you can see if we use that column, then percent of float traded does show up in the back tester. Okay. Are there any custom formulas that you have to enhance a range break strategy? Unfortunately, no, Daniel, because that's a very when you're looking for range breaks either in the regular session or on the open, focusing on the pre-market range, it's a very manual process, right? Um, and there's no way, and believe me, I've tried all kinds of methods to come up with a scan, whether it be the stock filters or a custom filter that's going to show me the perfect range breaks, right? It just doesn't exist. Um, it's a very manual process because you're calculating in, okay, what does the area before the break look like? Well, in this case, it looks pretty conducive, right? But if it was all, if this range was all stretched out with big highs and lows, not necessarily. So we want the tightest consolidation that we can have before the range break. The tighter, the better, in my book anyway, as far as quality of pattern. But when it comes to, let's just look at a good example for the regular session, and then we'll talk about what Steven is referencing, scalp opening action, because the open, there's a lot of good opportunity there, but it's also a lot riskier because you can get steamrolled pretty quick if you're not on your toes. So I'm just trying to find a good example today, and they're pretty few and far between. Not a bad pre-market range, but a little swoon down there. Okay, so this little guy isn't doing a whole lot, right? But as you see here, not counting pre-market, because until this level is hit, and that's really not conducive with that little guy hanging out there. But the bottom line is this: in the regular session, this thing is very range bound, right? Mark off the low for the session, mark off the high for the session. We're just encroaching on that high. This thing might get a lift. Who knows? Um, it suffered this big gap down, right? It might want to make a little bit of that up, but it's not too frisky right now. But this is a pretty decent example of an opening range break, right? So if this is the area right here, right, this is where the break occurred. So this is really the optimal point to try to take a stab at that, right? Because it just broke. So if we took the trade right here, I'd look to have my risk be the bottom of the prior 15-minute candle, and it either works or it doesn't. But when we're talking about trading on the open, right, then we're going to focus on the pre-market range. So once again, let me just pull up Lab D because it does have a conducive range. Okay. So this was a great short today. Now, if we mark off the low of the pre-market, and whether you use wicks, play by the rules, or whether you don't care about wicks and use candle bodies, that's a personal preference. But let's say I'm a candle body person. This is the area of interest for me. And, you know, let's say maybe I saw Lab D hitting a low here for my pre-market ticker. And I'm like, ooh, I like this. We'll watch it until the open. And then boom, the open comes. This is the opening 15-minute candle right here. Well, I look down here and I see Lab D shooting through lows right on the open. I'm seeing it break the low of that pre-market range. Number one, I know that if I short this thing, I know where my risk is. It's right up here at the top of the range. That's my stop loss. If it reverses and comes up here and pops that top, I'm out. That's my risk. So I'm comfortable with that. So know your risk. So if you popped a short right here, as soon as this low was breached, you had a good trade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and a half to figure out should I exit or not. Okay, plenty of time to make a decision. You get the short here, you get a nice continuation because this range was busted, and that's what we look for. So when it comes to trading on the open, this is, if I'm going to take a pop at something, this is really the only strategy that I'll try on the open because I'm using the pre-market range to manage my risk. Takes the frightening part out of it. You get a good move to the up or the downside, then that's a nice opening trade, and you get that big opening move. More R, right? And when I'm talking about R, I'm just talking about risk to reward. So if we drop another line down here at the lows, then this is my risk area, and all this is my reward area. So not sure. We could probably put that risk area at least 2 times with something left over, more like 2.5. So that's a risk in 1R, potentially could have made over 2R on there, twice our risk. That's why you typically want, whether it's the regular session or the pre-market, the tighter the range, the better, the smaller the risk. So Stephen, let me know if that makes sense, if you're looking to get active on the open, which, can be good or bad depending on your strategy. A lot of people sit out the first 15 minutes because we get these crazy gyrations um, with the algorithmic stuff on the open. But that does not mean that you can't find some good clean setups right on the open using the pre-market range. All right, a little time check here. We got about another 10 or 15 minutes. Oh, we got to pull up old Robin Hood. This little guy's been getting really beat down. Not the prettiest pre-market range. But notice we didn't bust the low of the pre-market, and when we came up here and popped the high of the pre-market, we did get a brief move, 840 up to 880. So not a bad little move there on a percentage basis for a trade. But see, that would have been a great little, and sometimes they take longer. 1, 2, 3, about 45 minutes to an hour. You can still have these range breaks occurring. Sometimes the delayed ones work just as well as the ones on the open. Stephen, to your question, do I typically use the same stocks for your orb strategy? No, it's pretty much just whatever is exhibiting the pattern. But the reason I was using Lab D as an example is because it likes to do that. You know, Stocks have different kind of like personalities. So, today's pre-market range in Lab D, Yesterday's pre-market range in Lab D. It's not going to be perfect every time. This one got a little sloppy here, but look at the prior day over here. Look at way back here. And when it breaks, a lot of the times, but not every time, it moves, right? So, this is just something that I've observed. And I'm like, well, if this instrument does this all the time, most of the time, I should say, then why not scalp it from time to time? Because typically, it's very liquid. It's an ETF. And, whether it's an equity or an ETF, don't really care. As long as the number goes up or down, it's a trading candidate. And these are just, non-traditional little things that you pick up, like BKKT. If you wait for the right time on BKKT, it always moves up or down 5% on any given day, like clockwork. But it's just waiting for the right setup. Can you share the scan or is it posted on Barry's website? Yeah, I can share scans, Stephen. Which one are you referring to? The windows that I use to watch for range breaks? If so, obviously it's my watch list from the prior day for the pre-market stuff. And then these are just for regular session. Want to see the things with high volume, hitting highs or lows. So you want these two right here? No problem. Okay, this is the upside. Oops. Okay, ignore that. I'll just delete it here. Remove. Titled it wrong. Down. All right, there you go. Steven, I'll start watching 45 minutes to an hour before, typically. And what I'll find a lot of the times is, you'll see, okay, stocks hitting a low in the pre-market. And then you might pull it up and go, oh, I like this nice tight pre-market range. So it's kind of a way to get more stocks on the radar. So you're not just having to, wing everything on the open. You've already got some nice candidates. So you could always set price alerts for those guys and go, okay, as soon as this price is broken, use a price alert or make a watch list with just those stocks on it. So, many times you'll see something good in the pre-market, and if you don't write it down or put it in a watch list or display it on your screen, you start looking at something else. That stock hits that crucial point. You miss the entry. So watching the pre-market can be very productive. Trade today, no, these windows right here are just looking at the entire market. Okay. These windows right here are only pointed to my two custom lists, right? So for example, yesterday I took all the stocks, the top 36 or 37 stocks that were down the most, right? And I put them in my custom list, which is titled Previous Day's Dippers, okay? So stocks that got really beat up yesterday, I'm copying those symbols, and this window's showing me all the stocks that got beat down pretty good yesterday. And look, CSSE had earnings and it got beat down yesterday. And where there's smoke, there's fire. It got beat up pretty good yesterday, so typically that means it's going to be in play again today. Now CSE Talk about an ugly pre-market range. Look how gross that is, right? So even so, doesn't necessarily mean it won't work, right? Look, as soon as this thing broke, it's heading lower, right? Now on this one, stocks that were up the most yesterday more than likely have a good chance of continuing as well. So that's what this one is pointed to. So we got previous days rippers, previous days dippers, otherwise known as negative change from open and positive change from open. And this really helps shrink the universe down and can point out some pretty good trades, you know. Even with that gross candle in there, look, as soon as it popped it, it's bleeding out again. Chicken soup for the soul. The name of this company. That's pretty funny because we were all talking about the actual soup company known as Campbell's the other day. And, you know, when the market gets rough, people like to buy soup. Of course, it's got a long way to go, but a lot of the times when the market's getting sold off, your staples like a soup company or, you know, the grocery stores or some of these other defensive plays are going to be the stocks in play. Yes, it was. Yeah. It was a book, I guess, right? Yeah, sure. I can drop these little alert windows in here, but just keep in mind they're very basic. They're just going to have a new high and a pre-market high attached to the alert because they're only looking at the custom list. So remember, with these two, you have to populate your custom list. Let me put pre-market low back on there. So remember, with these windows here, you have to point to a custom list. So this is just going to be basically a little shell with nothing in it. But at least it'll save you the config time. All right, so there's both of those alert windows for you. All right, it's that magic time. About 5 minutes till, so Barry's probably going to be showing up pretty soon here. But always a pleasure with you guys. You're very welcome, Espen.
Well, you beckoned me, Jamie, and here I am.
Boy, I've been in front of the computer a lot more lately, you know, with the crazy trading, and man, my
Jamie can't hear me,
shoulders
can he?
are feeling the pain. Of course, I have a standing desk that I haven't put together yet, so I guess that's going to be good motivation. Hey, Barry,
Jamie,
no, I cannot hear you, but as soon as I
well,
see you take the helm, I will bow out, sir.
okay, I'll take it right now.
You're welcome, Stephen. Thanks, Plaza. You too. All right, looks like you got the screen, Barry. So I will just remove myself here. Yep, got eyes on you on the YouTube too.
All right, guys,
So
I'm back. Let me,
adios for
Jamie is
now.
still in there. I don't know why you can't hear me. I can hear him. Anyway, I'm just getting music going again, guys. So just to let you know, I am waiting on a break of 19 for SWIR. This is an earnings play. Sierra Wireless is an earnings play. Yeah, I think he's got the site on mute. That's the only reason he can't hear me. I think. Anyway, doesn't matter. He is gone. So I've got this SWIR on high alert for a 19 break, guys. If it breaks 19, because when I look left, I don't see any big resistance, not anything near. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 20. So that would give us $1 if it could break through 19. Again, you know, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Meanwhile, when I left, the market was moving down. It had taken out that little area, and I said, well, I wonder if we'll get a bounce off that. And I had no idea if we were, of course, but we did. 45 minutes of up. So we're in a bit of a choppy market because, and again, you know, that high right there, of course, what we're starting to see are lower highs. You know, unless that candle can turn green or red, sorry, green, and start to approach these highs here, we're starting to see lower highs on the SPY. You know, and I'm continuing. I think I have an alert set for LMND, Lemonade. This is one I was in earlier. I have an alert set up here. Why not? I mean, it's still got room if it takes out that 1920 or so. But the Sierra Wireless, that is very, very interesting. It takes out 19. It has a shot to the 20 mark. I know it's in Zach's topping place, but you know, well, there, in fact, there it is, 19. Remember Relay from yesterday? Look at the run it had at the end of the day. That's what I was waiting for. I didn't get it. Look at it today. This was a bounce play from Zach Scan yesterday, and it just didn't really do anything until the very end. Was not in it. And now look at it today, RLAY. I know it's in his topping scan. What was the price? 16.96. So that would have been awesome. I don't know how could you have got that? Probably not. That looks like it, you know, so briefly was it up there? William will let me know if he could have got that because it looks like it was just up there and then dropped immediately. Dave. Yeah, I haven't seen Dave for a long time. Yeah, Dave. Was this a meme stock? I can't even remember anymore. It wasn't a meme stock? Okay. This was the spin-off or something, right? Wasn't it a spin-off of somebody? Well, I'd like to say Dave and Buster's, but I mean, Dave and Buster's, of course, that is a tremendous spin-off then. Because it had nothing to do with their business, but Dave and Buster's was an entertainment, didn't they set up areas where you could bring groups and play arcade games, etc.? I don't think we have a Dave and Buster's in Canada. Yeah, that's right. Dave and Buster's is play. Am I right about what they do? Yeah, entertainment and dining venues. Yeah, actually, I think I was in one in the States for some kind of a little conference of some sort. Too noisy. I'm the wrong demographic. Well, this is pretty funny. You know, I actually took this reel. I was kidding reel because this showed up on the, what scan did it show up on? I can't even remember anymore. Probably the gap down and go scan or gap down or reverse scan. I actually ended up taking this and, you know, I made about, I don't know, 20 cents on it. Well, I thought it wasn't too bad. I notice now that this is in the AI and this has been a tremendous short. You can see right here, it was in the AI at 392. That's kind of, I didn't even know. Well, look at that. It was at 1107. So you know what happened is I probably shorted it. Yeah, because that's that second candle, 11.97. How did they get that? How did they get that price? 11.07. 11.07. Oh, okay. Of course, this is a 15-minute candle. So it shorted it on that candle right here. And that's a great short. Shorting real. You guys had a good stretch, guys. I was really down on it for quite a while, but it's had a good stretch. Well, I'm just going to keep an eye on Sierra Wireless, SWIR. So if I understand your question, A-Trade, you mean you want to see when you say extract them, you mean you want to copy them or something and put them somewhere else? Is that what you mean? You can't see the entire watch list, okay? That is something that is just not available to you. Yeah, you can't see the entire watch list. I mean, the whole idea of this is just to show you that the stocks that are triggering from the watch list. My watch list might have 50 stocks in it. You don't want to see them all because some of them aren't triggering. There are filters in here. So I have a watch list attached to this alert window. But for instance, I will not see a stock in my watch list unless, first of all, it has to have at least 150,000 shares. But one of the key things, it has to be above yesterday's high. Okay. Why I don't, why you shouldn't care about seeing the entire watch list is because you don't want to get inundated with excessive information, I suppose. Just what we just, the watch list is just to, what gets extracted from the watch list are the ones that met the filter requirements. Now, does it mean, of course, that just because a stock broke yesterday's high and it was on my watch list, that it was going to, continue? No, of course not. We can look here though, and we can see that a lot of them did. It's again, it's how oops, let me get rid of it's how I kind of try to explain this, the AI. Now, sorting on the any profitable. Now there might be some other ones. Okay, they're all still, but sometimes, this is a unique day. They're all profitable. But sometimes let's say we had 10 alerts from the AI. Maybe there were only 4 profitable and 6 weren't. Why would you want to focus on the 6 that weren't? Same thing here. If I've got 50 stocks on my watch list, why would you want to focus on anything other than the ones that actually get triggered? Does that make sense? We just focus on the things that are working. Now, working, kind of a generic term. Working doesn't mean they're going to work all day. It doesn't mean that when we get an alert for Bumble at 2003, the next trade could have been 20, or the next price could have been 2002, and that might have been the high of the day. We can't possibly know. And Stephen, I was seeing your questions about the opening range. Listen, I know you're new to trading. I would just shy away. I know Jamie gave you a couple of ideas. I would just shy away from trading, right off the bat, like we're at that 9:30 break. It's hard. I mean, yeah, if you're listening to me in the pre-market, I always say that I sit out the first 15 minutes, and I suggest that people who are new to trading sit out the first 30 minutes. Things are just a little too jumpy, erratic in the first 15 to 30 minutes. And yes, there will be stocks that you'll see that you'll kick yourself, like Bumble. You'll say, well, man, I could have taken that right off the bat. Absolutely. but I can probably show you 10 others that maybe popped and then dropped, and then popped and dropped, popped and dropped. So I would just do yourself a favor, because there's nothing worse, to put yourself in a bad trading mood to get, taken out of 2 or 3 trades right off the bat. And now you're playing catch up for the rest of the day. And it's a tough mental position to be in. Yeah, and of course the watch list has some stocks that either were at breaking up yesterday's high or breaking down below yesterday's low. So there, I mean, yesterday, if you saw that watch list yesterday, you would have seen, I don't know, I think there were maybe 8 or 9, and you would have seen 7 of them were unbelievably good because of what the market did yesterday. So this is not just, though I see in my channel, I'm going to have to add this watch list down. I think the idea was that most people don't want to short, and I can't convince a person to short if they won't want to, but man, oh man, missing opportunities. And listen, when you short a company, it's not that you're hoping the company gets destroyed or wrecked. I mean, okay, in theory, but you're just taking advantage of a price movement, okay? It's not when I short a company, I'm not shorting it because I think, okay, this company, if I shorted Apple, for instance, I don't think Apple, I'm not trying to, thinking Apple's going out of business or trying to destroy Apple, just taking advantage of a move. That's all. Well, guys, as I say, I'm not. Yeah, I could. So you're looking for the watch list down? Okay. Do you have the watch list up as a separate? Okay. Why don't I just show you something you can do, okay, without my actually having to share this, because this is a good little trick that you can do to basically flip a strategy. So if and I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, but this is for anybody else also. Let me just, so when I look, oh, okay, yeah, just flip it if you know how to do that. So all that's going to happen here is that new high will be flipped to new low. And now the stock has to be at least, it'll say 0 above the range. This will stay the same, the 15 minutes, I delay. This will stay the same. You can't flip this. So the thing is, duplicate the window first. Okay, duplicate the window first and then flip it. And then and then you can call it Barry's watch list down. And then you're set to go. Because you don't, I mean, okay, so you understand, okay, you obviously know enough about trade ideas, you even knew the flip worked. Flipping is good, guys, especially if you've got some kind of a strategy that has a lot of filters in it, and filters that are saying, okay, stock ought to be above the 5-minute high or the 5-minute range, and above the 10-minute range, above the high of the day, and well, at the high of the day, things that can be flipped. So yes, you could create and now you want to flip it to see, okay, let's see what would happen if I flipped all those, getting stocks near the lows of all those. Well, you can obviously create any strategy from scratch, but why not use the flip feature, and it'll flip the filters that can be and any alert that can be, if that all makes sense. And the flip is just here. Right click, configure, and flip. But before you do that, duplicate the window because you want the window. You just want to flip it. So you would duplicate the window first, and then you would flip that, if that all makes sense. And then you just give it another name, call it, if something is moving up, something moving down, as an example. Boy, guys, I mean, can you just see this is just building, building, building. Now look, it may stall right here. I mean, Sierra Wireless may turn into a great short, but you can just sort of see that it's trying, but it's still 1898.19. It's trying. Just a strong earnings play that has not really been affected by what the market is doing. I mean, look what the market has been doing, okay? Look at Sierra Wireless. This reminds me so much like H&R Block yesterday. HRB yesterday. Well, it's not a matter of, I don't take the trade right off the bat, Stephen. Again, it would really matter. I mean, in this particular case, I am actually staring at it, okay? But if I got a price alert and the price alert window popped up on my screen and I click on the alert and I see that, there's 5 15-minute candles in a row and it triggered on that, well, I wouldn't take the trade. This is just really, this is just teasing us right here at that 19 level. I'd like to see some volume push it through. If the volume doesn't come in and push it through, it may just, it could easily give a little false pop and then come right back down. But this is a great, great base on the 5-minute chart. Even on the 2-minute chart, I mean, I just refuse to believe it's just going to stay here for the rest of the day at 19. Well, you know what I have to do now because it already triggered that little alert. So I'm going to stick an alert around 1906 and see if I can get an alert. Now I'm not going to follow it anymore. Okay, I'm just going to do something else. If it pops and it's 1906, kind of leaving 19 behind, and it happens on volume, I'll probably take the trade. But that's just me, Stephen, and anybody else listening to me. It's not a recommendation to do the same thing. Just because even if it pops in 1906 and it's on volume, doesn't absolutely mean the trade's going to work. But I'm just trying to put some of the odds in my favor. Look at this ruckus, guys. RCUS, and now, yeah, it has to be. Only way it's in this window is because it got above yesterday's high, and of course this got hammered down because of what happened with Roche yesterday. How is that ITOS doing? That was the other one that got painted with the same brush. See, ITOS has not recovered, not like the RCOS. I'm sorry, the Roche. So Roche caused both of these to go down yesterday. ITOS sort of sympathy plays, bad news or a bad result. I think it's a lung cancer drug, but RCOS is making its way back. Wow, this is another all-time low now for fat, PHAT. PHAT, guys, all-time low now. Just showed up in my, and it's late. Don't typically get too many this late in the 10-day daily breakdown. Low float, ooh, 20 million in the float. So, this could be a little bit erratic. Boy, this TNON is just getting, well, actually now it got halted and resumed. So actually it's trying to have a bit of a comeback here. Thank you, perfect. I know you're sort of I know you like the bios. You don't maybe you don't like the way they've been trading, but you but you like to follow the bios. Yeah, but it makes sense. I mean, yeah, fundamental. I mean, that's the case. I mean, people ask, well, do you pay any attention to the news? I do. I mean, if something, it's always good. It's interesting to know, well, why did this happen? Now, many times it's just an earnings play, but sometimes there is news, of course, that can, especially on the downside, that can really wreck a stock. What I don't pay attention to on the upside is, people talking in glowing terms about something. But the market reacts to bad news, in my opinion anyway, not the market, a company reacts to bad news way more than it reacts to good news. Sierra Wireless is still there. I don't know if that, I know you said back at now you're short. I don't know about that, until it really breaks down. But I mean, I see what you're seeing now, 1886, 1891. It might be breaking down, but you'd be 1853. I mean, I guess if it broke down, that would be an area where it could go to before it hits resistance or support, sorry. All right, guys, not too many new alerts for me right now. Look how hard this is to trade, this BWV. Every day we seem to see this one. You want to see an ugly looking chart, print out the 5-minute chart for BWV. What defines ugliness for me? Guys, there goes the ruckus, guys. RCUS. It's starting to move. But let me just show you what I'm talking about this is my definition of ugliness. Oops, not my price alerts window. So take a look at That that looks bad enough on a 15-minute chart, but it's even worse looking on a 5-minute chart. Why? First of all, look at these topping tails, look at these bottoming tails. How do you stay in a trade? Unless you've got some firm belief that this is going higher eventually, and you put such a low, like a wide stop. But you can't stay in a trade like this if you truly have any money management fundamental going. You cannot stay in a trade like this. I mean, it's just up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, within the candles themselves, not just this being down, but I mean, this is just so ugly. We seem to see this one every day. So unless you have some kind of firm resolve that this is going to start really super filling in the void, you take just a few shares and you put a wide stop. Okay, maybe, but intraday trading, wow, that's a tough one, in my opinion, anyway. Still strong. Lemonade is still strong. It's still hanging around that 19 mark. And I had a nice pullback and now pop. I'm waiting to see if it has a high of the day break. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, fat. PHAT working its way down. All-time low. PHAT came right here. I was saying this is, oh, there's another one that just showed up. SEMR. SEMR, wow, shortable also. Another all-time low. Look at this, another all-time low. Whew. PNM, okay. If you're going to repeat yourself, PNM. Well, in theory, they had earnings on the 28th. In theory. So, I mean, that's what we have here. So I don't know if it's going to be its earnings, really? So what was so they did not have earnings on the 28th? To reaffirm. So this is it's a reaffirmation of its April 28th earnings. We got all excited and bid it all the way up to 48. All right. Well, unless they're just happy that they're, the affirmation is, they're still sticking by whatever they said April 28th. I don't know. I mean, all right, guys, I was just practicing showing people how to take a short on something, but this Cook, remember I talked about this a long time ago? This was just over five, and it could do something kind of sneaky, and that's what it's done. I mean, it's done something kind of sneaky. The high up here is 523, it's above that. The high here is 531, it's above that. The high here is 530, and what I was saying is, well, if it took all this out, hey, it just might have a shot to get to the sixth level. And it's an earnings play. Rarely do we hear from this stock. Market is not helping it at all. So this is trading on its own. Look what the market's doing. Remember we talked about SPY's putting in lower highs. Yes, it had a pull up, but not anywhere close to those highs. And now it's putting in another 45 minutes down. Well, guys, here's another one that is moving down, land, and let's see what it is doing in terms of support. So if you look at land, look left, and the next low looking left is 2730. So that's, well, it's not the next low. Obviously, I'm just looking at that weekly candle. Wow. So the next low looking left on the weekly chart, guys, is $24 for this, and this is 26.75. This is land. Now, when I'm pointing this out, I'm not saying take the short right now. Ideally, what you'd like to see is maybe just resting a little bit and then a continuation down, because it's got another $2 where it could fall until it hits that next low. That's all. That's all I try to do is point these out. It's not the matter of taking the trade right away. So for instance, you might want to put a price alert above it, say around 27. See if it goes up there, stalls, and then starts coming down again as an example. Yeah, I mean, I see the bounce plays from Zach and the TNON. That's why I'm saying, if you're new to trading, you're probably, even though when you get in at the right time, they are awesome. But here you have a bounce play, TNON at 1891. Well, then at 1862, 1652, 1411, 1250, 11. Yeah, did it finally bounce? Yes. That's why, though, these are very difficult, because at some point you might have said, okay, let's take it now, or now, or now, or now. Yeah, 952, awesome. Not so much the other ones. And I'm not saying that people like Zach and William can't figure out a way to trade around this. But if you're new to trading, they are very, very difficult to predict. PHAT, come on, crack that 7. Exactly. You got to know what you're looking at, you know. As Zach is saying, it's a new issue, so it's really hard to get a handle. Oh man, guys, this fat takes out 7. Is there a fat symbol too? Fat brands, yeah. No, so we're not talking about this one. It doesn't trade anymore. Remember, this was to be a super active stock. We're talking about this fat, PHAT. What this really crashes underneath 7. Again, what's going to hold it up? Nothing on the chart. See if there's any news on it. Today's the 12th. The last news I saw was, yeah, okay, Needham. They received a buy from Needham on the 10th. Didn't work. Didn't work. Well, I have to put an alert down here around 746 for the SCMR, see if it takes that out again. This is a little bit like the fat in terms of, well, it's not quite an all-time low, but almost. And as the market continues to wind its way down, now time is 1:34, so we have another 11 minutes for this candle to close, but we're 45 minutes in to a market downturn. Yeah, shoot, I didn't take this one, this ruckus. The alert was at 1801, 1852. I was talking about it, but got distracted. Hope the fat is making up for it. If there's any sort of bounce off 7, I'm going to cover some. EVEX, yeah. I made a little bit on that one on a scalp. Oh, I see. You're tongue-in-cheeking that, Gary. Yeah, no kidding. Wow, this is shortable for me too. At least well, just a minute. Let me see. Not that I'm shorting it now, but okay, yeah, the grand sum of 4,000 shares are available to short at Interactive Broker. Z. Okay, well, I've covered some of that fat short, okay? I've covered some just in case it doesn't take out 7. Okay, Dak, hats off to you. You did call it early that the Sierra Wireless SW. I tried to put you as a stock. Quick, Dak, take a picture of this. Okay, Sierra Wireless. Yeah, he called it right around here. It was still, to me, it still had not, made that the significant drop. But hey, now 1851, 1850 or so, will that hold it? I mean, there looks like there's a lot of support right there. Boy, look at the short of real here. 392, 329 now, and it's been a fairly steady trade, not too many gyrations. I can't even remember why I exited it. Maybe I just felt badly about shorting real. I can't, I can't really remember why I exited it. But look at that, 16%. The CPNG only looks like 3.5%, but remember at one point, 1101, it got all the way up to 1336 at one point. Okay, you can short B as long as you don't short BKE to get the full name in, okay? And that's crazy with a capital K. So if you're waiting for that, Dak, in all seriousness, I mean, if you're waiting for that, so you have not too many shares, I'm assuming, because I know you're a day trader mainly, because where would you be putting your stop on something like this? We went over this one, such an ugly 5-minute chart with all the topping tails and bottoming tails. So this is, or, listen, there's nothing wrong with having trade, I suppose, as sort of your, oh, well, if I lose everything, it's not going to kill me trade. But if it goes up, as you say, to 38 or $60, hey, XP, okay, thanks for that. Here's your, so this is a Brazilian brokerage, as Zach is pointing out. Lots of volume coming in, huge float. Well, not huge, but quarter of a billion. So that's, it's a large float. Yeah, look at this. So the Dow, the so-called value stocks never got positive. The growth stock's dead, but now everything is sinking. So now let's take a look. You're going to see a change, a big change. Let's take a look at the sector status now from the open. Remember when we last looked, most of the tech stocks were up from the open. Most of them were up from the open. As were the communications. I think they were on the 90%. Now look what's happened. I mean, 57% are still above the open. 56 are above the open. But you know, when we last looked, and it's obvious. You just look at what the NAS is doing. You know, it's just starting to slide, 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 slide. It's funny. Energy has been in the dumpster all day. Well, look where Sierra Wireless so far has bounced, guys. Look where it got to, right to this little support area that I was talking about. Okay, now it may continue down, but right now that has caused it to pause. Yes, immensely shortable. How many shares? Wow, 1.6 million at Interactive Brokers. All right, here's another potential bounce for bounce play for Zach from Zach Scan. Wow, what a candle though. Look at that candle today. So 1845. So let's see what it does. It's moving down a little bit more. Where is there some support on, let's say, a monthly chart? 1852. So it's right at that level, 1852. The next one would be 1770 on the monthly chart. So but I know you guys are salivating over this potential short of XP. You know, it's not easy to find the tops either, guys. I mean, you know, it's the same sort of thing. We try to find the bottoms, not easy to find tops. First alert, you know, came at 2006. Now it's at 2104. So, I mean, listen, with 2006, I'll put an alert here at 20. I know it sounds crazy, but if it falls down through here, it could easily just keep going back to where it came. Though I know most of you guys who are more tuned to doing this sort of thing have probably already shorted it. All right. Ooh, it's still hanging around that 50 mark. I'm just set to short this. XP. Okay. Nice call by Zach. Zach or Dak? I'm kidding. Nice call by Zach at that 2150 mark. Great call. Great call. 2150. No, I've just covered some in case it pops back up. I'm not going to be too greedy on this, but great call. I don't know if you can hear the applause. Actually, give me a moment. All right, guys, just waiting on this XP to see if it takes it out. I mean, listen, it may even take out that original alert from Zach Scan at 2006. I mean, believe it or not, it may. I'm out most of it right now. What I might do though is reshort it if it gets right down to this level again. I know it sounds crazy, but that's how my mind is thinking on this one. All right, even the fat is starting to work its way down. Oh, wow, the fat is, I didn't even see this. I was looking at my, it said 695. Now it's 682. What a great, I mean, guys, it's the percentage, 721 to 680. That's a great percentage move. Great percentage move. I get people asking me all the time, not so much in the room, but somehow they find well, it's not hard to find my trade ideas email. Why do you short stocks that are already down so much? And the answer is because they can go down further. I don't know. I mean, because why do I short stocks at an all-time low? I mean, that's the question. Why would I do that? Because there's no support anywhere on the chart. So yes, at some point, will we find some buyers to come in here on some kind of a bounce? Of course. But as I always say, you be the first one. You first. Yeah, William's always first. RGTI not showing up for me, so it must be a price range or something. No. Relative volume is low. That's why. for me, in my, I adjusted the scan so that I won't see something like that. You gotta laugh. I mean, on the 10th, first of all, had earnings on the 10th, number one, okay. Obviously, not a good reaction, but also on the 10th, Needham decided to put a buy rating on it. Well, I mean, listen, it may work at some point. I don't know. I don't even know what they're, I don't think I've got access to these articles anymore, but I don't know what their buy, I don't know if they put a target on it. Come on, crack, 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 21. So I have to be in this marketing meeting pretty soon. So I'm not usually in two trades at the same time, but the XP short's still there and the fat short's still there. No reason to get out of fat. PHAT, I better say it like that. Before you guys start typing in FAT, I actually haven't found that the market is, as you say, garbage today. It's given us lots and lots of opportunities, in my opinion. How about that? Great call by Zach, really. Because I would not have taken that trade at 2150 unless he had said that. Now, listen, had it not worked, I would never ever dump all over him. Of course not. But I wouldn't have been. I think it's more to the point. I wouldn't have been. I would not have been thinking about that area. That's more to the point. Yeah, I mean, I know TPR Tapestry is it still up most of the day? Yeah, I mean, great run. You love hearing a happy Barry? Well, listen, I mean, it makes the time go by, first of all, in a very pleasurable way. Sometimes it can be pretty dreary. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. The marketing meeting is going to start in a bit. So I'm going to put myself on mute in a meeting. Now, these have gone on for almost a full hour, so I don't know how long today's is going to be, but before I go though, try us out. We've got the test drive. I'm always happy. It's just it's just the degree of happiness. Okay, test drive. So click on the link. This is what you're going to see. Sign up. Try us out. It's only going to cost you $11.11. It starts on Monday. Okay. You get 10 trading days with us. $11.11 for the full premium service, except no auto trading. But you've probably heard me once say, I don't believe in auto trading, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Okay. So if you sign up, you'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes tomorrow. Then you can play around with the program over the course of the weekend. Get set up for the test drive. Don't just come in, without knowing anything about the program. Once it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. So don't worry about that. And also, if you're a standard subscriber, you can sign up and you can take advantage of that also. Okay. All right. I'm on mute now. Just going to mute the other room. All right, guys, I'm now back. So, a recap of my, I got knocked out of the SWIR trade, and for a small loss, kind of not shocked me, but a weird action. I thought this looked really good, so I took that trade around 907, and it was popping up to what? Got it up to 915, 917. I mean, I could have taken a little profit there, but I was really anticipating a bigger run, and then all of a sudden it got whacked down to 877, 887. On the way down, I took about a 5 cent loss on that one. I didn't want to see it break down through 19, and so it's just a little too choppy. However, who cares about that one? Again, massive kudos to Zach on this XP. Massive. I mean, calling that zone at 2150, I still would have done okay on it, waiting to 2006, because that's where I had an alert set. That was his first. That was the first time the alert happened. I still would have done okay there, but obviously massively better by taking it around that 2150. So great job, Zach. I mean, what can I say? Great job. Now, what's the next one? And meanwhile, yeah, seatbelts on. I mean, this is the end. Wow. Well, remember what we were saying here. This was a nice little run up, but it was just making a new lower highs. I mean, basically that's it, lower highs. And then had that held maybe here and maybe tried another run, but not even close. So we are in it again. If you don't like this, if you don't short, you might as well just pack it up for a while. Well, guys, it's 2:44, so I think what I'll do right now. Okay, now that I had an alert set for this one, this BWV. Okay, so I know Dak, and Zach. So I know Dak, you were kind of in this one. I think you're in this one, and you're in it just in case it does the crazy, right? Maybe you're not. I think you are, though. At any rate, what I want to do now is just go one last time over the test drive. So time to sign up for it. You can actually sign up for the test drive up until next Friday. You won't get the full 10 days. Just so everybody understands that this test drive, it's a set time period. It is between the 16th and the 19th. If you can start on the 16th and go to the, 19th. If you can start on the 16th and go to the 29th, you will get 10 trading days, okay? But if you can only start on the 17th, you'll get 9. You'll actually be able to sign up until Friday, next Friday, in which case you'll only get the 5 days, but that's just the way it is. So I don't want to mislead anybody. But if you can take advantage of the 16th to the 29th, you'll get 10 days and it'll cost $11.11. It'll be just as if you were a premium subscriber, except no auto trading. No auto trading at all. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, so don't worry about that. Also, if you want, and you're a standard subscriber right now, and you want to take a look at the AI, you can do so. We'll upgrade you to a premium subscription. And the same thing though, if you don't, we'll just downgrade you back automatically to a standard subscription unless you tell us, no, keep me at premium. Okay. So take advantage of it. And we only do this 4 times a year. So it starts on Monday. However, as I've said before, You'll have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes tomorrow. Why is that important? Because you should prepare yourself for the test drive. If you're going to do, if you want to take this seriously, then you should learn a little bit about the program. I mean, it's a software program. And so this is what I would do. So if you click on my test drive or my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Of course, you want to take out a subscription right now. Here's a promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. But if you're going to take this test drive or you're brand new to trade ideas, start off right here. I will talk to you unless you do. Like if you ask me a question, well, I don't know what a top list is. Well, then you didn't take the let's get started. Okay. I'm not trying to be mean about this, but take the 30 minutes, and the let's get started and the download and installation, first startup and login, etc. Okay. Take the 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. Once you've done that, then a moment. Go back to my home page. Then you can take a look at the user guide. Okay, click on education section. And then you can take a look at the user guide. Do not get hung up about how much information is here. If you're just starting out, probably just this four. You want to know what the toolbar is, what its function is. You probably want to take a look at the channel bar to see the themed channels that we have. And then what is an alert window? What is the difference between an alert window and a topless window? If all you did was this, you're fine. Okay, I'll answer your question in a minute, Nathane. Okay, so please, you can do that. Don't worry about anything else. If you want to get you want to start looking at other things, that's fine. But you don't have to learn everything. You'll never learn everything in 10 days. Okay. And of course, we always have the daily support. Chris is not there today in our YouTube room. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday now, so not Tuesdays and Thursdays. And if you're new to the daily webinar, so we're off for the next 2 weeks, but they'll resume in 2 weeks. They don't put on the webinars while we're in the test drive, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, completely new to trading, or you just need a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, starting off with what is a stock. Okay, all free resources. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it here. The stock of the day video that I do, free. We've gone through the education. And then last, the other reason why you want to take a look at trade ideas over the weekend, if you're going to be taking the test drive, you can have access to my scans. You can take a look at them. You want to know what I do in the pre-market? I look at these four: gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. The gap continuation reverse, giving us wonderful alerts all day long. Okay, so lots of information is here. You can take a look at that. So my advice, if you save my link, then you can take a look at the Let's Get Started, my scans, all the education whenever you want. Okay. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room is, what is the difference between relative volume and volume percent? Okay, that's a good question. The relative volume, in a nutshell, okay, there is a little more to it than this, but what time is it right now? 2:51. Okay, so I'm looking right here. BWV, 9.27 relative volume. What does that mean? There's a little more to it than this, but for an easy definition, it looks at over the last 10 days, what has been the volume average up to this point of the day, 251. Okay, so what it's telling me here, it's 9 times that average. Okay, that's what it's telling me. It's 9 times that average. So it is a point in time reference. Okay, Nathane, that's basically what it is. So it's trading 9 times what it would normally have traded up to this point of the day over the last 10 days. There was a little more to it than that, but that's a That's an uncomplicated definition. The volume percent is just sort of the typical thing. What is a stock normally done overall? Let's say a stock normally over the last 10 days, always over 10 days, has traded 100,000 shares. If you put 200 in the volume percent in the minimum, then that stock has to trade 200,000 shares. So it's not looking at the current time. It's just looking at what did it do over the last 10 days for total volume in the course of a day. And it's a filter that I don't use during the day. I use it in the pre-market because let's take a look at the pre-market. Does that make sense, by the way? Okay. So relative volume is more up to the time of the day, taking a look at what it has done up to the current time normally over the last 10 days, whereas the volume percent filter, and maybe I should give you an example. Let me just bring up my pre-market scans layout, okay? So this is what I use in the pre-market. So you notice I've got here, I do have the, where are you? There we are. So I have the volume today percent here. I use this in the pre-market because this is what it can show me. In the pre-market, now, first of all, the relative volume filter does not work at all. I have it as a column, but I don't have any values. I just happen to have it as a column, but if you have it as in other words, if I look here, configure, you notice I'm not using it as a filter. It's just a column, okay? Now, why the volume today percent filter is kind of cool in the pre-market. If I saw something that said 50%, what that would mean to me is that, okay, this stock in the pre-market has already traded almost half, 50% of what it normally does all day long over the average of the last 10 days. It's pretty significant. A stock that does, 50% of what it has normally done over the last 10 days, and it's doing it in the pre-market. Well, they're not the same then, Anthony. No, I mean, they're not the same. They will never give you the. So why that's kind of cool is because let's just say you use the volume percent filter, and you say, you know what, I only want to see stocks that are trading 3 times normal. So let's just say over the last 10 days, a stock has normally traded 500,000 shares over, for the entire day over the last 10 days. You won't see that stock if you use the filter, they have 300%. You won't see that stock until it trades 1.5 million shares, right? If the average has been 500,000 shares, you won't, and you put 300%, you will not see that stock until it trades 1.5 million. But what if that stock all of a sudden in the first hour or so trades 500,000 shares? And that, if you compare that over the last 10 days up to the first hour, that could be a big difference. Maybe it's only in the first hour over the last 10 days has only traded 50,000 shares. On the way up to maybe trading 500,000, but in the first hour, it has only traded 50,000 shares. But that one today, it's already traded 150 or 200,000 shares. In other words, 4 times normal up to that point of the day. Well, if you use that volume today percent if you use the volume today percent filter, you won't see that stock until it hits 1.5 million. Now that may be a little confusing, but the bottom line is this: I wouldn't use the volume today percent filter during market hours. I would use the relative volume filter, and that'll show you the stocks that are really dynamic. Okay? And if I still confused you, I'm sorry, but they're not the same. Obviously, they're not the same. So in other words, if something is ramping up at the very beginning of the day, you want to know about it. But maybe over the last 10 days, it's traded again that 500,000. It's traded if it is over the last 10 days, it is traded 500,000 days on 500,000 shares on average. But it's just ramped up over the course of the day to get to that. What if in the first hour it trades 300,000 shares? It's probably going to trade way more than 500,000 shares, isn't it? But you would not see that until it traded. If you use the relative volume filter and you put a minimum of say 300%, you won't see that one until it hits 1.5 million. So again, the relative volume filter, it's cool to use in the pre-market because it is comparing. I mean, again, if something is traded, if you see 50%, that means it's traded 50% of what it has normally done over the course of the day, and has already done that in the pre-market. That's pretty significant. Bottom line, during the day, use the relative volume filter, okay? You're confused. Yeah, but Dak is in this one because he wants to maybe hold out for the, the impossible. Not the impossible, but the what if. Good grief. I mean, that XP is still working. There's really no reason to get rid of it. Not yet. I mean, that was the fantasy level. I mean, it hit it. The fantasy level is, the bottom of that candle from where it all started. Oh, they actually came out and denied the rumor. Oh, good. Well, we had a few of those a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? These rumors that come out and traders get all excited. I don't see that they have, it hasn't hit, yeah, it hasn't hit IBs. Yeah, 100% retrace, 100%. Zen, probably because I was in that meeting. Yeah, I mean, well, of course, it's way outside the range too. I like to trade, but yeah, no, I wouldn't have seen that one. These meetings we're having, though they tell me they're going to get more streamlined starting next Tuesday, but they've been pretty long, but they've been kind of interesting. So, I could not really spend a lot of time looking at other things other than what I was in. So another one, oh, I see what you're saying, another pure chatter, no truth. Whew. Well, guys, okay, it is 3 o'clock. So typically what I do is I'll put myself on mute. However, I, of course, will hop on the mic if need be. If you have a question that needs my voice, I will do it. Otherwise, I'll just put myself on mute and the room will be open until 3:30. Chris will not be in the YouTube room from 3:30 to 4:30 today. So when I shut down the main room, I'm shutting down the YouTube room at the same time. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute right now. So yeah, Vicky, I can show him what you're talking about. So the change in 2 minutes. Okay, so what Vicky is saying is she likes, if you add the filter, she likes to have a minimum change in 2 minutes of, I guess, what, 30 cents? Above 30, yeah, 30 cents. So you could put zero. So that's what she's talking about, our change in 2 minute in dollars above 30 cents. And GBI, RBI, red bar, green bar, ignored. Let me give you an example of one. GBI. So first, Joey, do you understand what she was talking about? It's using this filter and putting 30 cents in as the minimum. Maybe Joey can't hear me. Maybe Joey can't hear me, so I don't know if you're kidding, deal runner. Are you kidding? Oh, you can hear me. Okay, and you can hear me. Okay. So the GBI and RBI, that's let me see if I can find one here. Well, this is an example of one. Let me, and I'll, oh, you're dead serious. Well, why don't you just take mine? Just take my gap continuation or reverse. That's exactly what I've got here. Where is it? It's right here. I'm kidding you. Go to my homepage. You go to my homepage. Okay, it says Ari's homepage, but just click on that link, and when you do, and this has been an awesome scanner, man, oh man. And when you do, go to the scan section, click here, and then right down here, gap continuation or reverse. Now, of course, if you want to make changes to it, go ahead. I have a certain price range I like to trade, etc. But that is that's what I'm using right now. I do put a 15-minute delay on it. In other words, I will not see anything until at least 9:45. I do that on purpose. You don't have to. And the reason I do that is because stocks can gap up and down very quickly in the first 15 minutes. And so I just like to see things settle down just a little bit. But if you don't want to do it like that, you can just take that 15-minute out. Scan section, yeah, scan section. Excuse me. Oh, here, just a minute. Yeah, click here. View list of links for Barry scans. Okay, scan section right there. And then you click here and then scroll down until you see it. Okay. And a RBI GBI. It's not a great example, but this is an example. You don't see the scan section? Okay, are you clicking on my link? Are you clicking on my link? Okay. So when you click on my link, do you not see this? Click below to view the list of links for various scans. Do you not see that? Okay, so you can see this page though, right, Deal Runner? You can see this page. Okay. So you see this page, this says various scans. Click here, and there they are. Okay, and then scroll down until you see the gap continuation or reverse. Good, okay. Thank you. So let's see if I can find an example of a green bar or red bar ignored. When you know it, I just can't. Yes, thank you. Now, it's not that it really worked, but this is the idea. Thank you, Deal Runner. So this is an example. Let me bring a big chart window. When I say it didn't work, I mean they don't. Let me explain what I mean. So here's land on a 15-minute chart. Okay, so here's the theory. So you see that green bar right there? So you see there's a red bar and there's that green bar. So that green bar is totally engulfed by the previous red candle. The next candle is red, which it was, and it moves below the low of that green bar and it continues down. That's what we would call a green bar a green bar ignored. In other words, you think of it sort of this way. Well, actually, here's one too. In fact, this is better. Yeah, I think that this is what you really want me to show. So notice we've got a downtrend in land. Then we have that green bar totally engulfed by that previous red candle. The next candle is red, and it moved below the low of that, below the low of the green bar, and it continued down. So that's a good example of a green bar ignored. Think of it this way: you have a trend, you have a pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. And that's a green bar ignored. And it doesn't matter the time frame. This happens to be a 15-minute time frame. And a red bar ignored would be the opposite. So if you had an uptrend and then you had a pause in that uptrend with a red bar that was totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the next candle is green, that would signify a potential along. Okay, Joey, make sense? And it doesn't matter the time frame. But that's the theory behind red bar and green bar ignored. It's sort of like you have a pattern, a stalling in the pattern, a pausing in the pattern, if you will, and then the pattern continues. Now, does that always happen? Of course not. In other words, does the pattern always continue and keep moving more and more? Of course not. But it's amazing how often it does do that. You could see one of these on a daily chart, maybe you got a nice chart that's running, and then all of a sudden has a down day, but that down day, it's totally engulfed by the previous day, and then it starts to run again, as an example. Or the reverse, of course. Something that is moving down, then all of a sudden has one good day, and then it continues to move down. Yeah, that's crazy how many times that I don't know if that's a record since we've had the Halls resumes. I don't know if it's a record, but if it isn't a record, it's going to be in the top five. I don't know, TRD. I really don't know. I never really thought of it that way. I mean, because obviously most of the things I see in the pre-market, just because they're moving in the pre-market, the question was how many in a given day of the ones that I see moving in the pre-market and that I'm kind of posting up in the alert section as the ones I talk about, how many actually moved in the way I wanted it to, perhaps. I really don't know. Because it's what happens, of course, is that all of a sudden things that didn't appear in the pre-market at all start to appear. And but certainly there are several that I'd be watching. Usually in my head, I'm thinking, okay, this is one I definitely want to watch. Peloton the other day. Um, well, I mean, there are going to be several that are going to be better than others, but on a percentage basis, I really don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I see 14, but maybe I missed one. Maybe there's one down here too. But even so, yeah, we've had some crazy ones. We have had some crazy ones. But what makes this one, well, not that it really matters, but they're all in a row. So they're, easy to see halt, halt, halt resumes, halt resumes, halt resumes. But yeah, I mean, there may have been if it's not the top one, I'm sure it's in the top 3 or 5. Pre-market for me also is to kind of give me an idea about what is happening in the overall market. I mean, and what maybe even a sector that might be moving. Sometimes you hear me talk about in the pre-market. Hey guys, uranium is moving. So you take a look at some of the uranium stocks, or maybe the airlines are moving, and I don't believe it. So let's take a look at jets and maybe short. I mean, things like that. Sort of little patterns that might happen. So our sector, not often though. Often it's just sort of individual stocks that are moving. When I look at, let's take a look today. Did I trade any? Well, the CPNG, I should have been in CPNG. There's no question in my mind. That was number one on my list. CPNG. Now that was number one on my list when I started talking about stocks. Beyond Meat. I mean, Beyond Meat. It was number one on my list when I started talking about stocks, thinking maybe it'll do a Peloton. I actually didn't take the trade. But if you were in the pre-market with me, you heard me talking about this one, thinking, yes, it's been beaten up, bad earnings, but maybe it'll do a Peloton. In other words, exactly the same thing that Peloton did. And it did. I mean, I didn't know it was going to do that, but to me, it had the look. So people listening to me in the pre-market, they might have been thinking, yeah, okay, I see what he's looking at. Again, just to, here's that Peloton move in the pre-market, big gap down, and then look at the recovery all day. And that's exactly what Beyond Meat did. Now, maybe we'll see one tomorrow. Disney, I mean, I mentioned Disney. I don't know if it broke 100 again or no. I mean, it's just been hovering around that 100 mark. ML, I mean, look at ML later on. ML, I mean, these are just things that I brought up. Look at ML later on, $1.30, $1.60. I mean, that's not bad on a percentage basis. No, Tenon, unfortunately, I had I pointed it out because some may have had shorts for it, but look at this. I mean, Tenon, TNON. If you had shorts available for you, I mean, what a trade. So, I mean, I sort of forget about it, TRD, the ones I actually talk about in the pre-market, all of them. I mean, I have a select few that I've actually will put on a thumbnail chart because I think they're probably better than the others, but all right, guys, a little overtime action. So 3:34. So again, Chris is not in the YouTube room today. So what I'm going to do is shut down the room now. Just get my script together. Friday. Tomorrow is Friday. Okay. Okay, everybody. Thank you for all the help. And yeah, super kudos to Zach, well, yeah, to Zach, not Dak. Dak, you're okay too, but Zach for that awesome call on the XP. So have a great evening, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow at, pausing here as I get my new, open the room tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.